Time to set the stage with the lights off. Let the little nigga breathe till the fight's lost. You ain't never like the room with the bright sauce. Hail Mary, they despise what the light brought. Let them roach niggas bleed if they can't see. sa.neter TV, what you can't be. They say that murder on my mind, now they can't breathe. Take a picture of the crew, that's your last peep. Oh, I need me your love, yeah, that's just me. Keep them jumping like some frogs, so they might be leave when the sun sets. And they don't really wanna bleed from the gunplay. And like mine, niggas smoking weed on the one-way street, nigga. Yeah, we see we outside with it. Pull up to debates like we might be with it on guard. Side these niggas like bullshit and they fraud. Let me chop them down with the sword. Walk them down like they live bars. This the toughest you gon' be in, we too hard. And you don't really want that smoke, my G. Who would be sa.neter TV? This the toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. The toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. The toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. The toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. The toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. Toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. Keep that off your lip before you get flipped. We got sources over here, we don't just spit. Too many bosses over here, y'all just legit. Put them niggas in the game, let them get ripped. Don't even step unless you come in with that scholarship. That economic tip, gotta make a dollar flip. And I might be next, I don't give a damn, a truth rolling with me, so I'm feeling like the son of man. Too many gon' hate, gotta make a stand. I'm just trying to duck the lake, you don't understand. Read them when I greet them, that's my best plan. Head first shit, I'm just saying. Nigga meet me in LA, oh you just playing. Too many be fake, what the base saying. So I tell them they don't want no smoke before they end up in the newspaper next day. Smoke, this the toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. The toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. The toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. The toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. The toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. Toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. Toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. Toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. And this is it right here. The toughest you gon' ever be in. You wasn't conscious before us. Y'all niggas was asleep. We woke the sleeping giant. We did it. sa.neter TV. So stay your ass in your little bitty box where you feel safe. Cause it's motherfucking monsters over here. Real monsters.
Peace and Pan-Africanism to Brother Herman Smalls in the toughest environment you can be in.
Yo, Dizali, hit the link. You can hit the link. It's open panel, brother. It's an open season. I mean, give us your pros and cons, man. Everybody have a voice. And do you think all the Israelite groups are good or bad for our community? Come on, man. Come on in. Let us know how you feel. Don't wait till it get flooded, because I got a packed house. You know, they've been telling me they're going to come in, and some going to be a little late. Some going to come in at 5 and 10 minutes. Come in now, because it's going to be a full house. The Zali, come on in. Hit that link. We wouldn't hear from you, good brother. We ain't hear from you in a minute. You know? Yeah, we got to get an FBA convo going on, man. We got to get an FBA, but they scared, though. So a lot of them brothers are scared to get in the ring. But we're gonna call them dudes out, man. We're gonna call them dudes out. You know? Yeah, we got to call them dudes out. Come on out, man. Come out wherever you are. So the topic for today's discussion, open panel, are Black Hebrew Israelite groups. Yeah, I got to fix the title. Are Black Hebrew Israelite groups are good or bad for the community? All right, let me fix that. Come on. Are Black Hebrew Israelite groups, just take out the R, good or bad for the community? That's the topic. That's the title. And yes, I'm repping my ISUPK t-shirt. ISUPK all day, baby. All day, ISUPK. No, I am not a Hebrew Israelite. I am not an Israelite. So just let me make that clear. I'm just a good supporter of good brothers who I see is real with what they say they are about. So I deal with the realism. The people who are real with it, I stick with the realness. When you faking, I don't shout you out, man. You're faking. So come on in. Come in wherever you are. Where y'all at? I'm waiting for a few people. I'm waiting for a couple of people to come in. Hit that link. When you come in, hit the like button. Hit the like button. Afro Nation, what do you think? What do you think? Are Israelite groups good or bad for the community? We want to hear from y'all, man. We want to hear from y'all. Yo, did y'all see the video? Did you see the video where we was downtown at Washington Square Park and the black dude bent over and showed his ass to ISUPK? Literally. Did y'all see that? That was crazy. All right, we got people coming in the building. We got Commissioner Depp, one of the young masters out here, and we got my brother Dazali up in the building. The question for today's topic, are the Hebrew Israelite groups good or bad for the community? Let me know why you feel the way you feel. What do you think? And of course, I know y'all not going to say all of them because there's so many split off groups of this Israelite group. So we're going to start with you first, my brother Commissioner Depp. What is your take on this?
Yeah, can you hear me, sir?
Yep, I can hear you.
Yes, sir. Before I speak in anything, I just want to rise upon the seven, give praises to the great God, honors to, all the masterminds who came throughout the climes and the times. And, just give honors to the platform, brother. I personally believe that, all of our people got something good to offer to the community, right? However, you got some of our Hebrew Israelite family out there. And notice I say some. And I'm saying some because I want to put this measure where it's supposed to be at. So if you jump out there in this water after what I say, then so I ain't sugarcoating nothing. And I love my Hebrew Israelite family. However, the ones who have fell victim, and I'm gonna tell you what's going on, to the Eurocentric interpretation. Even though they try to be hardcore and act like they pushing, certain things that they pushing, you got some of our people that's pushing a Eurocentric version of Hebrew Israelism. And they are pushing it as if it is the truth. And that's where the problem coming in at. What I mean by that, sorry, when I say Eurocentric version, a lot of people are going off of the narrative that was pushed by the so-called Jews. And while they are denying that they are those Jews, the book of Revelation talk about them, the one who say they're Jews and are not. Yeah, you have Hebrews that criticize them, but yet they actually teaching from the same doctrine that they teach from. And that's where you have a lot of the hatred, that come to our people for being Kemet, for example. That's a Eurocentric concept. The ones who have hatred for anything African, That's a Eurocentric concept. You know why? Because Rabbi Mordecai Herman, other individuals that was doing the time way back during the time of what they call the commandment keepers, they had more honor for Africa than a lot of these different brothers do. So if the shoe fit, I'm talking to you, because I already know I know they don't like me because I'm Moorish anyway, so it really don't matter to me. I ain't here to be your friend. But yeah, that's what it is, bro. They pushing Hebrew Israelism, but at the same time, in all actuality, they really got that Eurocentric concept in their mind, and that's why they hate their people so much. And that's bad for our community. Now, to those who know where they come from and know that we have a link and a unity with each other, them my brothers. You feel me? The Hebrew Israelites that have that concept, that understand that they have a tie with Africa. In fact, this is where I'm going to close at, Sar. We're going to put it like this. Because the first thing they're going to say is Yahweh said this in the scripture. And we follow what Yahweh said. Yahweh, say this. But Yahweh gave two other covenants outside of the covenant that they hold so dear. Even the Quran say that they was chosen in their covenant, right? But what about the two covenants where Ishmael was said that he would be blessed under his covenant? They want to look over that when God say that, right? Or what about when it say Noah had a perpetual covenant? Because that's the covenant that the Hamites, as they call them, or so-called Hamites, or the African people, come up under. So if that's a perpetual covenant and you going against that, then you really going against the doctrine that you say you go against. In fact, you say, well, they was the most chosen. Well, go to Isaiah 19. I done brought this to him many times. Don't nobody want to talk about it. He say, blessed be Egypt, my people. You see? Then he say, Assyria, the work of my hand, and Israel, my inheritance, right? So if we go into that aspect, why did he say, blessed be Egypt, my people? Huh? Why they don't honor that covenant? Why they don't honor the other covenant? And that's why, they bad for the community. If they teaching division, if they teaching hatred, they ain't teaching what Yahweh taught. Because the teaching of Yahweh is, here, O Israel, the Lord our God is one. If you against that, I don't care how you try to remix it. I don't care how you try to interpret it. You a liar, and the truth ain't in you.
Woo! My man, opening up, starting off raw already. Commission ain't come to play. All right, I want to hear from my brother Dazali, man, and see what you got to say. All the Israelites, all the Black Hebrew Israelites groups, good or bad for our community?
What's up? Peace, big brother, sir. Peace, brother. Peace to the brother, Commission Adept also. When we go off the question that you asked, I would want to say that they are bad. On the other hand, I want to say that there is some good for them. My reasoning is that I'm tired of Black people being caught up in darn foolishness and stuff that's not going to provide us anything. None of that ideology stuff is providing us anything tangible. I don't care about all that. Yahweh Muhammad said something. It hasn't provided us anything tangible. It didn't stop that pale man from putting foot in our ASS. So it didn't do anything for us. It is not helping us economically. All it is like Dr. Claude Anderson said, it's horizontal issues. We love horizontal issues. We love things that's not going to make us, that's not going to make our place, our positioning any better. We'll work on and debate and talk about these horizontal issues till the darn sun goes down and comes back up again, because it's not really doing nothing. It's not really doing nothing except making us feel good, making us feel better, making us feel like Yahweh Shah is on our side, so he's going to give us superpowers one day so that we'll be able to fight this white man. What did that one camp say? That he was going to bless us so that we could fly and flip tanks and shoot red beams from our Black people don't need that. China is not getting where they are with these superstitious pseudo ideologies. They are where they are moving to because they have become scientifically literate. That's what our people need, not this foolishness.
Mm.
But we stuck on it. And anyone who I see pushing it, I understand because I was there once. I was there once. But I've moved past it, and all I could do is shake my head. I don't want to hear none of that stuff if it's not bringing resources. And I dare anyone under any ideology to show me what resource your belief system, your ideology has brought you. And I bet it's a big fat zero. That's what black people like, zeros. But
Mm.
that's my reasoning for it.
All right, come on, man. Some Israelites, y'all got to hit this button, man, and defend yourselves, man. Let the people know why you feel that you think that this is good. Come on, man. Anybody, come on, come on. Please hit that link button, hit the like button, share the video, hit the like button, y'all. Let's get this thing going. For me, it is a tough. For me, it's tough. The tough question, even though I came up with the goddamn question. It's tough for me because I have some good brothers who are Israelites. I got good brothers, man. You know, and I don't really want to defend them in a way, but sometimes you got to keep it 100. And when I say some good brothers, I'm not just talking about ISUPK. All right? There's a lot of good brothers who I got love for and respect for, like Elder Yarab, Priest Daniel Allah, my brother Zabak. These brothers who I really believe are sincere with what they say they represent. Tazariot, General Yohana, the whole ISUPK camp. But when it goes against the truth, it can be bad for our people, very bad. When the children have to, this is what I say now. All human beings, all of us, babies, all of us, all human beings were born atheists. And when I say that, people get upset. Oh, what are you talking about? We were born atheists. Yes, you was born not knowing about a God or a devil or none of that until someone taught you that. You were taught that through a parent, through your friend, through your uncle, through somebody. But you were brought into this world free of religion. Do anybody disagree with that? You can't. See, that's what we call the absolute. That's the absolute right there. Yeah, I should. I ain't gonna call it gorilla. I would call gorilla Hebrew. And see, I'm gonna get some Hebrews on there. That some Israelites will be coming through, you know. But that's the only thing, because I think it becomes destructive when you still teaching babies and our young people about Jesus and Moses and all this stuff is coming back. It keep us dependent on spookism. You know what I'm saying? It keep us dependent on someone is going to feed us. Someone is going to fight our battles. Someone is going to make sure I'm all right. That's why we really believe that. That's why if we come and we win an award, the first one we give the credit to is God. If we win something that we feel is good for us, the ones we give credit to is the Most High God. If you, Dizali, or you, Commissioner Depp, walk up on a Christian or a Hebrew and give them $100 bill, they're not going to thank you first. They're going to thank the Most High. Like the Most High did it. They go, oh, thank you. All praise to the Most High. You know what I'm saying? And then they're going to look at you and say, I appreciate it, brother. Appreciate it, brother. But they're not going to thank y'all. That's crazy, man. So I'll let it go from there. Hey, you're welcome to hit the link, Asam Ka. Come on in. We need to find out what's going on. Give us your reasons.
You know, Sa, you said something that I really wanted to touch upon too, to emphasize it more to people. Like when you say when it causes us to, you know, when our belief system causes us to, let's say it causes us to be non-scientific or to have cognitive dissonance. Like There are some people, they're flat earth because of their belief system. They think that the Bible says that the earth is a square or sitting on a pillar, something like that. So things like of that nature, when let's say the Israelite culture cause you to not want to believe in DNA, you know, things that will hold black people back. See, we can't move forward because we've seen the way forward in this world. We've seen that science is the way forward. Every other group that's moved forward, they have used science. I haven't seen one group move forward because they believed in darn Buddha or some science move forward. So if a person has a belief system that holds them back and they're teaching that and preaching that to other people, I have a problem with that because it's making them look crazy. But what's up to my brother Sa M. Carr? Let me fall back and Sa, that's it.
I'm gonna tap y'all. I'm gonna tap my brother Dizali, my brother Commissioner Depp, our big brother Elder sa.neter in the building. Well, so I'm not sure the question because I just had seen the link and I was like,
The question is, are Black Hebrew Israelite groups good or bad for the community? All right, we're getting some Hebrews up in here now. Getting Hebrews up in here. Israelites.
I think from what I'm seeing from these guys, the reason why I would say they're bad is not because of those other reasons, but I would say, which also have a adverse effect as well. But I'm going to say they're bad because, number one, anytime you see them talking, it's denigrating black people. Two, they don't believe they're from Africa. They skip over Africa and hop over to Syria. What you doing in Syria if you never touched Africa? How'd you get there? Three, what they seem to preach is hate for what is in Africa and even for what is in Africa, America. So that's an issue because they don't revere any of you. And last, which we never bring up and we really don't need to discuss today, y'all killed Martin Luther King's family. Y'all killed Martin Luther King. You killed his mama at the piano, and his brother, who they say swam like a fish, who used to kick it with his Hebrew Israelite brothers, was found drowned in his pool. But for some reason, he wasn't asphyxiated with a bunch of water, but he did have strangle marks around his neck. So that would be why I say they're bad for the community.
Yeah, let me bring on Judah Naz. Judah, did you know that it was a Hebrew Israelite who killed Martin Luther King's mother?
Yeah, he's a Christian. I believe that. Yeah, it's no different. Yeah, no different than a Kemetic. They're nothing but Christians. So of course they're doing wicked. So yeah,
he's actually a Hebrew Israelite,
right? A Christian.
Okay.
Right. I mean, go ahead, you guys. I'll come in.
Yeah, let me ask you the question, Judah. Are Hebrew Israelite groups good or bad for the community?
So I would say right now in 2025, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
All right. Do I have that? Let me check my audio. Sometimes I have.
No, you good. You good.
So it is I'm kind of like you. I'm kind of like divided on it. It depends on the actual group. Like if they're actually teaching the people our history and things like that, then yes. But when it turns into a cult and the leaders start trying to take the place of God and like, you know what I mean? And, then they just taking the money from the people who are less learned and they trying to be celebrities instead of like doing God's work, then it's just like, it's no different than like, I'm sorry, y'all. It's no different than Pan-Africanist Hotep or whatever. It's just, it's cosplay.
That's it. Let's move on over to Sister Genesis. Genesis, you on the call. Hebrew Israelite, black Hebrew Israelite groups good or bad for the community, and why?
I say that they are not any more different than I would say a Christian group or a church. I mean, a lot of them, they have their group. Only thing I just is a lot of like the rhetoric, kind of how they get out on these corners and spew a lot of hatred and kind of come off as like a hate group. That's the only part that I would say that's not good for the community. But if they're doing things within the community to help out and they're able to help out the people that join them and try to do something stable, they're no different than a church to me. I don't see them as any different.
Now, a lot of us may look at them as a hate group, but I'm gonna ask you the question: are they really a hate group, or are they a group of truth? Is it truth coming from their mouth when they talk about the Africans? Is it truth coming from their mouth when they talk about Martin Luther King and what's my man's name? Jamaican brother. When they say he's a white boy.
Bob Marley.
Bob Marley, yes. Is it truth? And we just can't handle the truth? Go ahead, Judah.
So as far as like hate groups, so I agree with them on, because like I said, I live in Asia and everybody's here. And despite you got brothers on the panel who keep lying to our people. So like, right. Cause it goes back to all the other, you can ask the same question. Is the quote unquote conscious community good? Yeah, you have a lot of Hebrew Israelites who will sit in your face and lie. Like, and so for anyone that's good, so when the Hebrew Israelites talk about like Africans, not all of them, yeah, they're telling the truth, because I live around them and they don't like our people. So, you know what I'm saying? So, I see the guys saying, like, oh, the Africa, but you ain't been around no Africans, because clearly if you did, you were right. So yeah, they are right about that. But like the sister said, like when they are out doing stuff that are like helping our people, feeding the homeless, the poor, the orphan, the widows, things like that. In sincerity, they're really doing that and not trying to like get them to, mind control them. Then they're like good. You know what I'm saying? But like I was saying, 2025 now, I don't think so. Like it's just, I think that like the numbers are decreasing. It's just like we were just speaking on our channel, on my channel the other day. What we call the conscious community, which includes all of us, is decreasing because like no one's talking, we should be elevating, right? But it's you get people who want worship, instead of God getting worship, they want to get worship. They want you to take money in food out of your kids' mouths and put it in their organization so that they can get rich. So like the sister said, it's like a church, you know what I mean? So in 2025, I mean, we should be having stuff like schools, things like that, where we learn the language. I've been in this over 30 years. These dudes are literally teaching like, don't build nothing, don't do nothing, because Jesus might come back tomorrow. So just be a bum. You know what I mean? And that's like the wrong mentality. You know what I'm saying? So to even put in our people, I mean, if they read the scripture, it says that when Babylon falls, and it is, we're right in the middle of it. It's about to collapse. It says that we're going to like leave out joyous. You know what I mean? We're going to be rejoicing because we're not going to be messed up. Everybody else is, at least, but not the ones who sold out. They got to pay the price. But yeah, so 2025, are they bad? Not all of them, but the ones you see that are like prominent, that are making money, and they got jets and houses everywhere and whatever. That ain't nothing but Creflo Dollar, and they know they doing wrong. They know, right? And let me answer the question. As far as hate group, yeah, they don't just hate Gentiles. They hate each other. This is nothing but gangbanging. I grew up on the West Coast and the East Coast. I know gangbanging, like when I see it, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, if you associate with this camp, then blah, 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 so forth and so on. And this, our group is not associated with this, blah, blah, blah. This is what they all do. But the scripture says that it's how blessed are brothers that dwell in unity. Not so it's not the individuals per se. It's the leaders who I believe are ran by Europeans. Right, just like the right, because even my wife says it. She's like, "Yo, man, why y'all movements always go back to white people?" I ain't being racist, but it's true. Somewhere behind the scenes, somebody's a European that they're answering to, and so they keep the division going. So you know what I mean. So it ain't just hate towards other people; they're doing hate amongst ourselves. Y'all know for a fact I've been doing this. I'm in over 30 years, and you don't see no Hebrew Israelite camps supporting us. Nothing. If I come over here, Sandra, you saw. I ain't trying to be long-winded. Y'all all seen it. Y'all see people in the chat. They be like, they hate when I come over here because they want to lie on the Bible. They want to lie on God. And I come over here and smoke them and put that belt to them. You know what I mean? And they just, I know I'm babbling because you're not intelligent, right? I come over and put the belt to them and they get angry. But you don't see the Hebrew Israelites being like, yo, man, Judah, man, good job, man, brother. You know what I'm saying? You stayed up for the whole house of Israel. No, they're pookies. So they might as well go to the do-rag, gotta block them out and go stand in the corner and sew a crack.
All right, so let me come to my brother Commission. Judah says something that's stuck to me. He said, we don't have no schools. We've been doing this for so long, 30 years, and where our buildings at? Where the schools? Where the stores? But that's not only on the Israelites. That's on the Kemetic brothers. That's on the Black Panthers. That's on the Nation of Guards and Nerfs. They've been out here for so goddamn long, for decades. That's on the Nation of Islam. That's on the Hebrew Israelites. So why do you think that is, Brother Commissioner Deaf, that these groups that I named, check this out, all of these groups, excuse me, all of these groups that say that they are for our people, the Masons, the Black Panthers, the Kemetic groups, the Hebrew Israelite groups, the 5%ers, the Nation of Islam, and we could go on and on, but we don't have no businesses, no stores, nothing to give back to our young people when they grow up. Why do you think that is? Let's start with you, Brother Commissioner Depp.
It's because of games of competition. And when we look back at the followers today and the leaders that established all these groups, look at what they did 100 years ago. Not having the resources that we have. Look at Noble Drew Ali, for example, right? That man had like 18,000 people following him in 7 years. He had businesses, he had schools, he had all of that. But you ain't seen the Moors be able to reproduce that in this time again. That's one man. Look at, like you said, the NOI. Nation of Islam had businesses, they had schools, they still got certain things going on. But in my city, I remember being young, Brother Fruit used to be out there passing out papers. You don't see that in my city no more. You know what I mean? You don't see brothers lined up passing papers out. Like when you see, like you say, the Hebrew brothers, I run into them all the time. And every time I run into them, it's always a conflict. And I try to go to them with unity because that's what my MO has always been. So the problem is that you have people, like I say, they under a spell. So they under the spell of the slave master and they think they going for their people. You feel me? And that's why it's the same, like you say, with our 5% family, the Black Panther Party. Look at what the leadership was able to do when they started at their time, but none of the groups are able to do it now. In spite how much rhetoric one spew, how good one get up there and speak from the podium, it still don't muster up nothing in our people like them brothers did in the past. A lot of that is because, I'm going to be honest with you, brother, the deity that they claim that they know is no longer with them, the ones in this era and time. Why? Because they're looking at a deity outside of the self. So they went away from the God within the self to the God outside of the self, and they start serving gods outside of the self, which is ego, personality cults, and this is idolatry in all the groups. I'm talking about from the Moorish to the Kemetic to the whatever. And that's why you don't see them being able to muster up the unity, or the finances, or even the love, because they want to compete with each other. So that's what it boils down to.
Brother Dazali, same question, Brother Dazali. All of these groups that I mentioned, these are supposed to be the conscious level, the conscious people. Though they feel that they are better than everybody else, right? Because they got the information, they got the knowledge, they got all of that, the wisdom. Why we don't have businesses, why we don't have schools, why we don't, have things running for us like the Jews do. Like even hell, the Dominicans, you go into the Dominican community, they got damn near all the stores over here on Broadway in Harlem. So what's going on? What's holding us back? Come on,
Because we aren't serious with it. Like the brother Kamisha was saying, they're competing against each other. They're in it so that they can get multiple wives. They're in it to darn gang bang. We aren't serious about stuff, about our ideology. We always somehow magically turn it into gang banging. We turn everything into darn gang banging. They're more concerned with gang banging against other groups, against Christians, other Israelite groups. We aren't serious with. That's why we don't have any darn schools. The people, us, the regular people, we don't support them like that, because even though we won't say it, we're scared to darn say it. It doesn't feel right say it. We know they ain't hitting on nothing. Not hitting on nothing. They're not showing us anything. They don't have any darn power. No darn power. No darn influence. No positioning. So why would we subscribe to it except just to make ourselves feel good? Just to hear them talk that darn yickety yakety yak yak. We not serious with it. Everyone can, and that's why the FBI or whomever don't really take them serious. They are, labeled as a hate group, and they would be bothering with them, but they know that they ain't about the darn bust a grape. They ain't about the darn stone a darn woman who has committed adultery. They aren't about to stone anyone that is homosexual. They're not serious with it. They're just talking. But yeah.
Elder Yara, the link is in the chat. Is at the top. Is at the top in the chat, brother. All right, let me move on over to Asam Ka. Same thing, brother. Why do you think? What's holding us back?
Let me quote Neri, the brother Neri, son of K, since I pulled up his text. He says, "I have done my eye razor sharp. I've rescued the weak from the strong. I secured the widow bereft of her husband. I raised the orphan bereaved of his father. I marshaled the town's young men in order to increase its forces. Its youths had become burghers who sat in their homes, not having campaigned since the palace became feared." And that's what you see right now. So when you talk to me about the situation, I'm not like some of our detractors and haters and cats who really don't do anything telling me about Africa from Asia. No disrespect to my brother Judah, but I'm one who can call an African on the phone right now. We just held something for the people of Tigray here in Colorado just a day or two ago. Not only that, today or yesterday was the celebration of my partner's birthday, who me and him would go feed the homeless, and we would do the gang rallies together, and I would take money out of my pocket to make sure that they could come and eat, and then we would talk to them afterwards about methods to squash beef amongst each other. We had the gloves up, guns down affair. So I'm not one who didn't have a school. I'm not one who wasn't in the community. But as I said, the youth have sat at home becoming burgerists. They refuse to do anything now. They don't respect their elders. They don't respect each other. They don't respect anything. And they don't believe they've done anything. So now here you come with your message about being black and how it's good to be black, and he's been black his life and doesn't feel the same way about it. And so now it's hard to move anything because you don't have anybody who works with you. You don't have any workers to build it. If you build it, they'll come. If you don't participate in the building, it'll never be done. So you still wait on someone. But in my book, which is different than that Bible and them other things they put in, they say, I defecate, I this, I work, I this, I that. I am Necha. I know Necha's hand won't be seen unless I show it. So it's a difference from waiting on somebody to come save you and actually going to do the work. This is the problem right now. If you want it done, you have to go do it. I asked Robert F. Smith to build an academy. He did so. He put our brother Brandon in charge of it. But the people you put in charge of it are who will run the stable. And if the people don't know how to run the stable, the building will crumble. It's really that simple.
All right. Here's the problem that I think. I remember Bobby Hemmett saying 20 years ago, Bobby Hemmett said, we are like children. We are like children when it comes to economics, when it comes to building. We are still like children. One of the main reasons why I believe, my opinion, that we have not built anything and we always try to live off of what our ancestors done. We built America. We built it. We ain't built shit. Stop it. That was them people. They did that. We can't live off of that 300 years later. What is y'all thinking about? And see, that's why you stuck. Because you really think you did something and you ain't do a goddamn thing. That was your ancestors 300 damn years ago that built this country, that built America. You ain't built a goddamn thing. And so here's what I'm saying. We got Islam, Christianity, the 5% Nation, the NOI, the Masons, the Kemetic groups, the Moors out there, and there's more out there. But guess what? All of that separates us as a people. We are separated. You don't see this in no other nationality, brother. You don't see this in the white community, in the Dominican community, in the Spanish community. They all go with one thing. You might have some that stand out, one or two brothers that stand out that say, "Oh, I'm Israel." That's nothing. But what I'm saying is the majority of them, we have the biggest identity crisis in the world, and all of these little punk titles that we going by, we don't understand that shit is hurting the hell out of us because we can't come together on these titles that we got. The titles is holding us back because we are different. I'm a Hebrew Israelite, and I'm not gonna follow you because I got to believe in the Most High God. You see what I'm saying? Nah, I'm a Moor. I'm Kemetic. I'm FOI. So all of us are separated and divided, and it stops us from coming together to do what's right for our future. Because in order for them to work with us, we got to go under their umbrella. We got to become a nation of Islam. We got to become Israelites. We got to become Moorish, brother. You see my point? We are separated as a people, and we ain't gonna get nowhere with that. We got to get rid of these cowardly punk titles, brother. We never, and I said this before, we never had a plebiscite coming up out of slavery. We never all came together and said, this is who we're going to be moving forward. We never did that. And if we had done that, we got to understand that we are new people now here in America. We keep trying to live off of old titles. That was the ancestors back then. The Moors did what they had to do at that time. The Hebrews did what they had to do at that time. This is goddamn 2025, man. What the hell are we doing trying to live off of what they've been doing at that time? It worked for them, but it ain't gonna work for us here. You know, Islam, the Nation of Islam, Christianity, that's not gonna work for us right here. Let me go to Elder Yara. Elder Yara, are Black Hebrew Israelite groups good or bad for the community? What you wanted to say something, Judah?
Yeah, you just passed me up, but go ahead. Go ahead.
You started it, Judah.
you was the first one to go.
But go ahead, let me go to you, Judah, and then I'm gonna come to Elder Yara because I know your brain. You got something on your mind, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, see, I wanted to say so. I don't know, I forgot the question. Go ahead, Elder Yara. I'm sorry. I just woke up.
It's all good. First, giving all praise to Yahweh. Let me say this.
Are Black Hebrew Israelite groups good or bad for our community, and why?
I mean, it depends on which groups you're talking about, right? certain groups I agree with, certain groups I don't agree with, but I think that we all have a common denominator, or at least we should, right? And that is the Torah, and that's the Torah, and that should be our common denominator among all those who claim to be whatever sect of Israelite, group or camp you come from, right? But sa.neter, I got to push back on a little bit of what you said when you talk about how splintered the quote unquote black community is, or people of color is in this country. We have to ask ourselves.
Push back on that. That was all facts, brother.
Well,
the Mumble was a preacher, and I'm a Ramesh. And
Think about that.
All right, you want to start an argument, but go ahead, Yara.
No, I don't want to start an argument, but let me deal with it. Because when you talk about our communities being splintered, especially among people of color, we know we don't hardly see that among white communities. It exists in very small groups and segments. We don't see that really among Asians. We don't see that. We don't really see that among Africans, right? We don't really see that. But why do we see that among us? And this is where I defer. I defer to my brother Judah. And I'm going to ask Judah Naz a question. Shalom, Judah Naz. I want to ask you a question. Is there a verse, or is there a text in Scripture, in Torah, that tells us that this is how the people of the book of the Israelites will be? We would be a divided and a splintered people.
Yes.
I don't know. Yeah. Real quick, I'm gonna flip it back to Judah, because I don't know of any papyrus that says that. I don't know of any surah or text of the Quran that says that. I don't know any other belief system, all out of the ones you name, that tells us that. So when you say that we would be a splintered people, we would be a fractured people.
Oh yeah,
no other text tells us that.
That's in our text. Go ahead.
No other text tells us that. No papyrus you can try to conjure up, and you want to try to hot breath it and bend it to your way. It doesn't say that, right? So when it tells us that we will be a splintered people, I would think logically that should be the text or the didactic literature or the wisdom text we should look at more closely, because it's more closely relatable, according to you, sa.neter, on who we are. So the issue is not that we don't have a plan, is that there is a percentage of us who ignore the plan or who don't believe in the plan. We'll choose to follow something else when the plan has already been laid out for us. So when I asked my good brother Judah Naz, what you said, sa.neter, in verses about us being fractured and the splintered people and not being able to come together in a cohesive way, Torah teaches us that. It tells us that. So for those of us who see this, I'm not moved by the fact that we're not cohesive, because my wisdom text already tells me that. And then it tells us how to move accordingly. Am I right, Judah Naz? It tells us how to move, because we are a splintered people. I don't care what anybody else come up here and say. You're not going to show us a wisdom text. You're not going to show us what does says Toth. You're not going to show us what does says Muhammad. You're not going to show us what does says Drew Ali. You're not going to show us any of that. It's only found in the Torah. Am I right, Judah Naz? I thought it was Judah Naz.
Yes, sir. Yes. And can I just add on real quick? All right. I see it. I like to answer the chat because I just see them. A lot of people will say, like, well, sa.neter said that, like, these different labels we would never unify. But before we even had the labels, we still wasn't unified. The only time we were unified is when we were under oppression, when the European was spraying us down, walking down the street, sicking dogs on us, and things like that. Then that was the point of rallying together, right? But other than that, when they're not doing that, every man's going this way and everything, whatever, right? And I saw someone answer somebody who said, this channel used to be about knowledge of self, right? And knowledge of self is, well, we have knowledge of self. First off, I just want to say real quick, for those of you who teach that, y'all do know that that God body stuff comes from Japan. So I wanted to add that. But I just want to say this real quick. For those of you who are always talking about anti-religion, listen, we're never going to unite under Albert Pike, who told you he was going to release agents talking atheism and anti-religionism and all that, whatever. We're never going to unite under a man who started the KKK. So when y'all in the chat are talking this, oh man, you acknowledge yourself, you don't even know what you're talking about. First off, God body comes from Kentai or Shintai, which is from Japan. So when y'all come in with this agent, whatever, like, oh, no, religion. This man started the KKK, and he said he's going to release y'all. So that's why there's no unification. We can't unify when you got brothers who love the European who was hanging our ancestors from trees. And that's why you see, right? So you can't unify with a brother or sister who lacks intellect, right? Who's working, even if he's not even doing it voluntarily. If you over here spouting this man's rhetoric, we can't unify because you my enemy. Because his people made an organization to hang my people from trees, right? They were burning crosses in our yard. They were taking our babies and doing and ripping. You know what they was doing. So when y'all come with the Albert Pike atheism and all this whatever, ain't nobody gonna unify under worship, because you gonna listen. The way the human brain works, you have certain parts of the brain that are made for faith and belief. So to go against that is living an unnatural life. Nobody in the world is walking around not believing in nothing. That's ridiculous. I want to say something else real quick too. I just want to show you this. Elijah Muhammad in 1935 taught we were Israelites. One day I'll get into that, whatever, right? And he's telling you he had gotten out of Freemasonry and told you that it is a white organization who's teaching this atheism and all this foolishness, whatever. And this guy told you, we're going to release the atheist and the nihilist. And then you see, it wasn't just the white man. You see brothers on here talking this all way up. You don't have no knowledge of self at all, because the self is this. And if you're thinking outwardly, you ain't going to do nothing. But to answer Sanders' question, oh, by the way, Africans are getting a town here in Japan, outside of Africa, because they want to stay in Japan. So all this loving Africans, that's not going to have us unified, because they ain't thinking about you. They taking care of themselves. Real quick, I'm sorry. I think that was it. Sorry. Here's the question to answer the question. The reason why we don't have nothing is due to lack of intellect. I believe, the FBI and all them. Sorry, I want to say, certain organizations said that they'll never rise, or a black messiah will never arise unless they put him up there. So as long as these guys keep putting your leaders up there, they're going to keep leading you astray. There are and there are I can say their name, because I don't care what they say. They're lazy. There are Israelite camp leaders who literally will say, I ain't doing nothing. I'm not going on sa.neter's channel. I'm not debating. I'm not giving presentations. What are you doing then? He's preaching to the choir. Like you if you're just preaching to your followers, you ain't doing nothing. The job is to expand and to reach those who have not heard the message. These dudes just want to keep repeating the same thing to the people that have heard it 1,000 times before. And they'll tell you in a minute they ain't about to do nothing. So they're not leaders. So we'll never get anywhere when you have leaders who lack intellect, who have no desire to do anything, because lack of intellect and lack of drive and lack of goal.
All right. Thank you, Brother Judah. Judah's Redemption said, House of Consciousness of the weight of our oppression still lands on us. Then the value of their labor and legacy belongs to us as well. Take that back, sa.neter. He want me to take back when I was saying that we ain't built a damn thing in 300 years. I'm not taking that back. That was our ancestors. And you're not going to keep living off of that. The ancestors don't even tell you. They telling you, like, God damn it, what are y'all going to do? Y'all stagnated. Y'all ain't going to live off of what we did. We were great. But what are y'all doing now? You looking up in the sky for sweet pie and pie after you die? That's what the ancestors are telling us. We are so sorry, Elder Yara. We are so sorry, Judah Nazareth. We are so sorry, redemption, Judah redemption, that we brought out of slavery this slave doctrine in this Bible, but we never thought that y'all was going to cling and get stuck to it. We just had to use it so that we will not be slaughtered and killed. This is what the spirit of the ancestors is trying to tell y'all. We just used it that time because if we didn't, that white man was going to kill us. Remember, he told us what to read. He told us what to study. Even Bakwash was up here the other day talking about he was, what was that word he used? He said he was, anybody remember? Damn. He said, hey, what?
He was lost.
No, not lost. He said, come on, help me out. Somebody in the chat. I know y'all seen it, and I got on him for that. He said some crazy stuff. Right? Damn, what was that shit that Bakwash said? Anyway, I'll get back to it. Somebody gonna bring it up. Damn, I can't even get to that right now. I want to get to it. Yeah, but I'm gonna go to somebody else though, and I'm gonna come right back to that. So let me go to Shu Amun. Shu Amun, what up, brother?
What's up, Saul? Peace to you.
Brother.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good. Yeah, she just woke up. Yeah, I want to answer a couple of questions and kind of push back. You know what I mean? You say hi? Yeah, man. What you were saying earlier is really important because, like I said, I've been watching for a while. I remember Brother Reggie bringing something like this up before, as far as a collective power. We don't have a collective power because we don't have a common identity. So I think that's kind of like what you were talking about earlier and why that's important. And I would say a common identity out of necessity. Like what can we identify with out of necessity that will give us a collective power? So that's like just something, everybody can think about. And then I would say in terms of the whole, as far as the groups are concerned, I'm not going to say any of them are good or bad. I think it starts with the individual first. The individual is more important than any theory or religion or any of that. You know what I mean? So it starts with that individual's heart and what their intentions are in terms of what they're going to bring to the table as a group. But all in all, because of their belief in the Bible, it's important that we understand that that's the source as to why they're even coming together. So back to what Black Sage Elder Yara was saying in terms of why you only see it through the scripture and through their belief. I mean, to be honest with you, that sounds like a contract to me, because a contract is a written or spoken agreement. So anytime somebody says, I believe in, I accept Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior, or the Torah or any of that, then they are accepting the contract that goes along with whatever the Torah, the Bible, Jesus, whatever they say. So whatever that says, then they have to abide by that contract. So when you identify with that, then you got to agree to the terms. So for me personally, reason why I'm going to say, well, I got to question that is because, with all due respect, when I look at my people, what we have gone through in terms of slavery and all of that, like us being enslaved, I got to ask a question. Why does an all-knowing, all-powerful, forever-present God condone slavery? I got to ask that question, because with that being part of the contract, then it's okay that you were a slave, because that's part of your contract. So a lot of the brothers use that part of the scripture in saying, give us some snacks down there. So a lot of the brothers say, oh, well, look at the scripture. Look at Deuteronomy 28. That talks about being a slave. And so therefore, that means your all-knowing, all-powerful, forever-present God condones slavery. And then when I look at my people and the fact that we went against that contract, even though he said that that's what we were supposed to do because we were cursed, then I would say, well, damn, what the hell with this? I'd rather stand with freedom. I'd rather be free. I'd rather not deal with that all-knowing, all-powerful, forever present God and stand with my people and be liberated. So that's what I wanted to say to that. Thanks for letting me share it, man.
Yeah. Y'all didn't come up with the word yet? When God said, when y'all always say God punished us or God said this is why we doing that? What do the Hebrews always say?
They cursed.
Do they say that? Do they?
Yeah, they say they cursed.
Do you say
like,
that?
And that's part of the
Army with
contract.
the grace, not the curses.
Oh
They
yeah,
all saying
I
he
think
cursed.
that's what Bakwash said.
Yeah, he said he was cursed.
Yeah. Do you
I said
believe?
he was
And that's
lost.
part of the
He lost
and that's
he
part of the
cursed.
contract.
Yeah.
Well,
Do you
let's.
believe that?
As a man thinketh,
No.
as a man thinketh, so is he.
Well,
yeah.
As a man thinketh.
Yeah, well,
in his
absolutely.
mind.
Well, absolutely. Well, I mean, absolutely not. I don't agree with that in the terms in which it's always being applied by people who don't understand what we're actually being taught.
Mhm.
You go to Deuteronomy chapter 28, it doesn't start out with you being cursed. It starts out with you being blessed based on your actions. So it doesn't start out with you being cursed. And it's not curse. What it is that when you do wrong, there are consequences for doing wrong.
Hey, Elder Yara, let me read this comment real quick. That's why I got it up there so I could take it down. House of Consciousness. The descendants of the slave masters feel entitled to their ancestors' wealth and legacy. If they can inherit the benefits, then we can inherit the contributions. Why would you want to inherit slave contributions? You don't own none of that. They build it off of the blood of their backs, brother. See, that's what you want. That's good for you. If we can build America, why we can't build nothing now? See, the white man whipped our back, brother. He whipped us till we got there and fell out. And so now that he takes the whip away, we can't do nothing for ourselves. Brother, is something wrong with that type of thinking? He's not whipping our backs no more. He's not beating you with that goddamn cut and iron tail, right? So why we ain't building nothing? Something is wrong with the psychology of our mind, with the psychic, brother. So you want to live off of the wealth that there's not no wealth. Let me just say that. There's not no goddamn wealth that our ancestors built, brother. They did that out of pain, out of sorrow, out of forced labor. So why would you want to push that as though that's something that we should be proud of? No, be proud of doing it without the white man whipping your ass. Do it now. It's our job to do it now, brother. You know what I'm saying? I want to go, Judah. Hold up, I want to go to somebody. Yeah, Judah, real quick, because I want to go to War Child. After that, he ain't speak yet.
Okay, I'll be real quick. It's like, but listen, Elder Bakwash wasn't necessarily wrong, because the people like the curse is stupidity, and when you read the Torah, the curse is stupidity. Exactly. All the other stuff is a result of it, right? That's what it is. You can't build nothing if you're stupid, right? So you know what I mean? That's the curse, and you know, I mean that's it. But you know.
So I gotta wake you back up.
Hey, hold on, Neftali. You better get out of here with that nonsense, Neftali. sa.neter want us to believe that we are apes. When in the hell you ever heard me say that we are apes? Neftali, that goes against your teaching. You're lying, Neftali. Let me go on over to my man, War Child. You got the mic, brother.
Shabbat Shalom, family. What's up, sa.neter?
All right, all right.
Shabbat Shalom.
Yeah. So yeah, I just did a presentation on this whole subject, identity politics. You know what I'm saying? I just got finished talking about this. You know, the fracturing of our community actually is strategic. You know what I'm saying? And it's clear. It's panem et circenses. It's bread and games. It's divide and conquer. It's the same thing. It's not the you know what I'm saying, the Israelites or this one movement or this one movement. It's doctrines within it that are rooted in American culture, in American culture, which is competitive and divisive. You know what I'm saying? So we always take a team. We always choose. Even if you're an Israelite, then I'm this one. I'm a part of this, as opposed to those dudes over there. So those dudes in purple, we don't rock with those dudes in purple. You know what I'm saying? We rock with the dudes over here with the studs and the, you know what I'm saying, and the gold fringes. So, you know what I'm saying? It's all tribalism, but it's further fracturing, further and further us further divided. And one of the things is, once folks started going against certain things like Pan-Africanism and the idea of a unified Black front, you know what I'm saying? No matter what tribe, what freaking doctrine, what creed you were a part of, you still had the common interest that white supremacy was the enemy of the entirety. Then we were working together, but that has been fractured. And it's not a problem. Somebody's a Hamite, and this one is that, and then you just want to be a small hat and all of that stuff, and we're getting nowhere. So that to me, yeah, that's a curse. That's a curse. That's one that we're willfully accepting, that we're willfully perpetuating.
Real quick, redemption. I'm not saying our ancestors didn't build nothing. I'm saying they offspring. So I'm talking about us. We ain't build a goddamn thing. Yes, you're right. We ain't build shit, brother. Our ancestors did, off of the backs of sweat, blood, and tears. They ain't do it because they wanted to. They did it because they was beaten. That's why they did it. So come on, man. Stop it, man. Y'all got to stop with this craziness, man. Stop it. Stop it. Go ahead, finish off, War Child. Oh, War Child left. Let me go to Davion. Oh, yeah, right, Davion is next. Go ahead, War Child.
But yeah, you know what I'm saying? So I discussed that with, you know what I'm saying, the Aboriginal niggas, and, you know what I'm saying, and my Negrolites, and you know what I'm saying, and how we are cutting up, and we're not realizing that this is the program. This is the scheduled programming, sir. You know what I'm saying? And somehow we are messing up, but we're not focused on what is the most important things to address and that are at hand. You know, what is mutually beneficial for us, you know what I'm saying, as an entirety. You know?
All right, let me go to Davion. Davion, do you think that Black Israelite groups are good or bad for the community, and why?
Hey, shalom, sa.
Shalom.
Shalom to the panel. I would say, as a sense of community, right? You know, you would think it'd be a good idea where brothers and sisters can come in as like a congregation and learn about their heritage, right? But at the same time, you know, the people who join, they may have like good intentions, but once they're not being taught anything, and they're still stuck on Jesus, and there's no elevation, and then you see people start leaving the camps, then you're like, yo, like what why how come the heart that they had initially, you know, and to come into an Israelite, once they join the camp, they no longer feel, you know what I'm saying, or think that's good for them, so they leave and they no longer call themselves an Israelite. They go back to Christianity, or, you know, or being a Muslim, or whatever, right? They don't identify as Israelite no more. So, I mean, they kind of have a sense of community, but then you also have, like Zion said, you also have Israelite camps, or Hebrew Israelite camps. You can't even find Hebrew. I don't know where you find that at. It's from Greek. But you have Hebrew Israelite camps that say we're not associated with any other camp. So right then and there, I mean, you have division. But I mean, that's in the Torah before. It says, "Woe to the shepherds who lead my sheep astray." Right? That's what it say in the Torah. So, you know, I mean, we can see that when people start leaving the camps, and then they're like, "Yo, I'm going back to Christianity," or they go back to doing whatever they were doing before they found out they was an Israelite, or they really never changed anyway. So it's like, you know what I'm saying? I feel like the heart is missing on both sides. Right, you know, that's my take on it.
All right, who want to go now? Who want to go? Let me go ahead. Go ahead, Black Sage.
Yeah, I wanted to say peace to David. I agree with him 100%. Like, people don't realize that this way of life is not for punks. It's not. This is not a soft walk, and this is the problem. It's easy, like Davion said, it's easy for them to go back to Christianity because there's no structure there. They don't care. They don't care how many switch hitters in the choir, teaching over their people, teaching over your children. They don't care how many pastors and switch hitters sleeping with young men, spreading around. There's no structure in the Christian church, none at all. I don't care which one you name. There's no structure there. When you come here, it's a way of life. It's an actual walk, a way of life, and that's not easy. One of the things for our people, and it don't matter, you can look around you. We don't like structure. We don't like structure. You got to be able to be organized and have structure in order to even make a movement. I got my Black Panther t-shirt, right? Even the Black Panthers, you needed structure in order for that organization to make the headway it made. Agree or disagree with them. You need structure. You can't get our people to be that structured and to be and to have that type of organization and to have that type of discipline. That's the problem that we have. Our people, we want to do whatever we want to do. And Judah Nash brought it out earlier too when he's talking about Albert Pike. A lot of that goes into this whole movement that came about, what they started talking about. And you got a lot of people in this chat who says it's better for them to be free thinkers. They want to be free thinkers. But when you actually get into, I'm a free thinker, when you actually get into the psychology of a free thinker, you know what they call themselves? Pansies. They call themselves pansies. So when you think about the psychology of that, they don't want structure. They don't want you to be disciplined. They don't want you to be a disciple. They don't want you to follow Torah. They just want everybody to do as they will. Do as you will. To thine own self be true. See, that's the deception.
But Brother Blackstage, let me ask you something about the whole structure thing real quick, man. But like, if again, an all-knowing, all-powerful, forever present God that, you know, that believers claim to exist condones slavery, how can we have structure under that unless we're talking about freeing ourselves from that God?
Well, I'm gonna be real quick so Judah can pick it up. First of all, would you define slavery as man stealing?
No.
Why not?
No, I wouldn't.
Why
no,
not?
I wouldn't, because we're
Why
talking
not?
about I'm gonna answer your question, because we're talking about someone owning someone else as their property. We're talking about somebody owning someone else as their property and being able to to be able to own their children's children for their children as inheritance. That's what I'm talking about.
So when you're talking about antebellum slavery that happened in America, right?
Chattel slavery.
Chattel slavery. How did that come about?
It can, well, according to the Bible, it's in Leviticus.
I didn't ask you
chapter
about
25.
the Bible.
I'm telling you,
how this
I'm
slavery
the question.
come about.
I'm answering the question. According to this all-knowing, all-powerful, forever present God, it's in Leviticus chapter 25, verse 44 through 46. It's right there. It describes exactly what chattel slavery is, how to do it, who to do it to. It's right there.
Well, actually, it doesn't. So let me help you with chattel slavery, right? Let me help you with chattel slavery. I don't have to do that. So this is the problem. When I ask you a simple question, I ask you, how did the antebellum South become? How did that become the slavery capital of the United States? How did the transatlantic slave trade begin?
I'm telling you right here. I'm gonna read it to you again.
Hey, bro, do you understand English? Do you understand
I'm
English?
Gonna read it. I'm gonna read it to you.
Understand English?
Because you said no. You said it's not there.
Answer my question.
You said it's not there. You said it's not
bro,
there.
I didn't say it's not there. Hey, listen, dude, young boy.
You just said it.
I asked you, how did the transatlantic slave trade start?
If I believe in your God, I'm telling you how it starts. It's right here in
asking you,
chapter 25, verse 44
how did the transatlantic
through
slave
46.
trade start? I don't know. This ain't even a real point to argue on this
I'm
topic.
asking your question. I'm answering your question. I'm answering your question.
You're not
It
answering my
says,
question.
I'm answering your question. The children of the strangers that do sojourn among you of them shall you buy, and they shall be your possession, which is your property, which is a slave, and you shall take them as an inheritance for your children after you, to inherit them for a possession. They shall be your bondmen forever. That means for life. That's chattel slavery, brother. So I just answered your question.
Actually, that's not chattel slavery because you don't understand the material culture of the Israelites. Now, let me help you.
Oh, goodness.
This is real simple, right? Do slaves have rights?
Do slaves have rights?
Yes.
No, because they're your property. How can they have rights?
Okay. Judah Naz, in the Torah, did slaves, according to the Torah, to what he just read out of Leviticus, do they have rights?
Absolutely. You can't even kill them or you would die.
Oh yeah. Well, what slaves are you
brother,
talking
you're
about?
loving
You
the
talking
white
about
man,
your own
brother.
people?
I'm
talking
talking
about,
about the
people,
ones
right?
you just read about.
You're talking about your own people.
No,
you're talking
we're
about your own people.
No,
No, it
not.
says the stranger shall be your bondsman for life.
Listen to what I'm
there's
saying
a difference,
young man. I know the
there's
verse.
a difference.
No, it's not. Listen to what I'm telling you.
Okay, so would you and Judah Naz be my slave according to Exodus 21 verse 20?
Listen to what I'm telling you.
Will you be my slave? Will you be my property according to Exodus 21 verse 20, where it says that I could beat you nearly to death as long as you don't die in 2 days? Because I got shit that you can do.
Are you done yet?
You know I got number love for you though, y'all, right? It's
No,
all good. Go ahead, bro.
I don't care nothing about that right
Go
now.
ahead.
Are you done?
Go ahead.
Are you done? Okay.
I answered the question though. Go ahead.
So hold on. So there's only a definition for a slave among Israelites, right? Is only defined in 4 different ways. And you can help me out, Judah. If I'm correct, the term is it ibed? Is that how you say it?
Abad.
Right?
Abad.
Ibad. You can only be in that category if you owed a debt, right? If you were a criminal and had to pay off a debt, right? You can do it what they call voluntary servitude, right? You can.
That's not the same thing as owning someone.
Can I finish what I'm saying? Can I finish what I'm saying? Can I finish what I'm saying? All right.
My bad.
You can voluntarily become ibad. Ibad. Is that what's correct? I want you to know it's correct because I said ibad. He said
it's just abad or abad. Yeah.
And the last one, if I'm not mistaken, Judah, is that you could a prisoner of war, right? So only in those 4 instances could you be even considered what the Israelites would say would be an ibad or how English translated into as a slave. But it is not the same definition as chattel slavery as you see in the antebellum South.
So owning someone as your property is not the same thing as what you just said.
Listen, because you're
For
only
life.
reading that. You're only reading English translations, right? When they talk about property, that means that they're a part of that family. They're a part of that family. So when it says there'll be an inheritance to your children's children for life, that means they're part of that family. If you go, listen,
and their children own them.
I'm going to give you an example.
Their children own them.
I'm going to listen. I own my children. What do you mean? So let me explain. So if you actually read, I'm going to give you an example. If you read about Abraham, right? You can find him in the book of Genesis. You read about Abraham. it says at that time, Abraham did not have any children, but he had a servant, or in his bed, or nearby, or English would translate as a slave. His name was Eleazar, right? He was a Syrian. When Abraham was told that he was going to have sons, and I'm just paraphrasing for you, when he was going to have sons, he says, you know what? I don't have any children. I'm too old. He said, I'm going to leave my entire inheritance, not to my nephew Lot, who was living, but to my servant Eleazar. So why would Abraham, who had family living, leave his inheritance to a non-blood relative that, if you're reading it in the English translation, would seem as though he is a slave? But because you don't understand the material culture and you're not studying in it, you would make that mistake. Not many people do. This is why I asked you about man stealing and how the transatlantic slave started. It started because of man stealing, taking someone from their land against their will and placing them in slavery and making them a shadow slave. In the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 25, there is a prohibition by the Most High against man stealing. If the white European would have followed that, you probably would have never got to America. This is what I mean about you not understanding material culture. If you don't study it, you can't really make this argument you're making.
All right, we got to move forward. We got more people who want to get in on this. Let me go to Isan. Isan just came in, and so Isan, I asked you the question to bring it back to the topic. Are Black Hebrew Israelite groups good or bad for the community? Unmute yourself. Can't hear you. Can't hear you. Can't hear you. You might have to jump out and come back in. Can't hear you. Jump off and come back in. I'm going to kick you out so you can come back in, man. You got to come back in. Hit that link. Hit that link. Go ahead, Judah, real quick. Unmute yourself, Judah.
I'm not that long-winded, Si.
No,
real quick.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say real quick. There was a brother that was just speaking, and he's like, "These guys are and you don't get offended, y'all, right? Because a lot of people, when I come up here and I speak, they get offended because they've been serving the enemy so long, they think the white man is God. I'm gonna serve a God. But wait a minute, you are ship cargo. Did you know that, brother? You're ship cargo to the British Empire. Your birth certificate is a receipt. Do you complain to the American government about being a slave and shadow slave for the British monarchy? No, you don't. You have a problem with your own history because you want to serve that white man. And I ain't trying to be racist. I'm not talking about hate speech. You're a white supremacist, brother. Dazali is too. He keeps saying, oh, well, the Africans are doing the science. Man, wait a minute. They're some of the most religious people on the planet. What are you talking about? They come to America, or they go to Asia or Europe, and they go to the colleges and they learn the education, whatever that these people give, or whatever. And then they may go back to their country and build their country up, or the new trend is they move out of Africa into other countries. Because I told you, there's already a town for Nigerians and other Africans here in Japan, right? Near Chiba. I want to say real quick too. Elliot Yabra brought up, our people got this Aleister Crowley spirit of do as thou wilt. We can't unify or do anything when we got people out there who will steal your money and help you look for it. Do you see what I'm saying? And then they say science. Well, me, Devion, and the pod had a whole show on science last year. And what did everybody say? Everybody got angry with us. So you don't want science. You don't want unification. You don't want to have nothing. You just hate God and you love the KKK. And you do. So don't try to deny it, because I asked the brother, do you go to the government and tell them, yo, I don't want no birth certificate no more because it's a receipt. I don't want to be slave property. I don't want to go to your courts, because when you go to court, I know we're going to get back on topic. I'm just saying, we literally have like white supremacists with brown skin because we're not black. That's another N-word. We got to get away from that. But yeah. So just to get back to, I'm gonna get back on point, like right to on the topic. A lot of the Hebrew Israelite camps and things. So real quick, how does Incognito have a wrench with this brother or whoever this is be talking about all of us on Queen Stone's channel? Is that's crazy? My children, and then this person hides behind an account. It's just Incognito. It's just really weird.
Yeah, that's not in Judah. That's not in my chat. That's on Elder Yara chat.
Oh, Yara, bro. This person is a straight demon, bro. Yeah. So just real quick, I'm trying to be long with them. I'm sorry. Yeah, we have this Aleister Crowley spirit of do as thou wilt, and then when you start talking about it to our people, it's like they get angry because they want to do something to your kids. They want to shoot up the neighborhood. They want to shoot the elderly. They want to destroy the community with poison. They want to do these things. Like the brother said, you guys keep calling Eliyahu arrogant. How's he arrogant? Y'all always say that when somebody give you the answer to your question because you want to serve that white man. Let me say this real quick with sa.neter. Listen, real quick. If we all got out of our quote unquote slavery, well, it is slavery because you're under the British monarchy, which comes from Rome too, still, right? And how fast would we die if we were to just go out without God? We don't know. Most of us don't know how to farm. I do, but most of us don't know how to farm, don't know anything about irrigation, don't know how to do this, don't know how to do that. We would die of starvation within probably 2 weeks. There'd be people out there taking advantage of the women. Why? Because there's no order. And in Albert Pike and atheism, which is Luciferianism and all that, whatever, is not going to save your children. It's not going to save the elderly. It's not going to help education. It's not going to help with the intellect. It's not going to do nothing. It's going to be total chaos. If we were going to the wilderness, we would die within like 2 weeks from starvation because our people don't know, because we've been dependent. You see the bro how passionate the brother is about loving the white man and hating God. You gonna serve one or the other. That's how there is no up without down, beauty without ugly, hot without cold. I know y'all don't like when Israelites come on because we telling you what you need to hear, but you don't want to hear that because you're brainwashed. Our brother, put the book down and do what? Be a slave? You're gonna be ship cargo? What are you, a bag of Fritos, nachos, Funyuns? Because that's what you are. You're a product, and your culture is the white man's culture. You speak the white man's language. You do what the white man do. So, just I ain't trying to deviate from the topic because we were deviating from the topic. I think that now, again, I'm gonna say it again, 2025. I think that the younger brothers, I keep trying to admonish the younger brothers in the camps. I'm like, bro, you guys don't do like the elders because they dropped the ball, right? There should be more elders besides me, Elder Yara. Well, sa.neter says I'm not really elder because I'm only 50. But there should be the elders of Israel up on here speaking. Where are they at? They watching, but they ain't gonna say nothing because they know they're the ones that's guilty. They're the ones who are stunting the growth. They're the ones who are stopping the elevation.
All right.
Yeah.
Time to move on. Let me see if our son is ready. Our son.
Yeah, peace and blessings. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Let's go. Here's the question.
Yes, sir.
Are Black Hebrew Israelite groups good or bad for the community?
I absolutely believe that they are bad for the community.
Why?
Because anyone that believes when we get into what you may call heaven or the hereafter, that they're going to have slaves in that day and in that time are absolutely mistaken. When we get to that time and that place, we will be free because we'll serve the Creator, no man. So we have to come out of this thought process. The brother's saying that certain people are carrying the white man's God. In actuality, that's what you're doing. If you're doing the exact same thing that the slave masters did to our people and make us chattel slaves, and then you think that you're going to go and make someone else a chattel slave, then all you're doing is repeating history, but you're repeating their history. So you are what I look at as a buffer for them. Christianity, Hebrew Israelites, anyone that's tied into this Bible to that point, you're perpetuating their God. We have to come out of these gods.
Okay, that's it. All right. Let me go on over to Kassad, what up, brother?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, brother.
Right.
Israelites good or bad for the community?
Yeah, I think it's a yes and a no. It's
Yeah,
good to see you alive again, though, brother. It's good to see you back live again.
yeah, thank you.
But yeah, I for as far as the camps and stuff, I think it's a yes and a no. As far as the yes, obviously, it's brothers that's waking up the younger generation, and a lot of people wouldn't know their true identity or them being Israelites without the influence and the knowledge that comes from the camps, as well as all the stuff that camps do, as well as giving back, going to prisons, changing people's lives. We can't erase that from what the camps do. ISUBK specifically, them brothers go to the jail. Them brothers, they had a food drive when the Haitians and stuff was when they was at the border and stuff. They actually got the Haitians food and everything and brought it down to them on their own without, without any other help, just that group alone. So we can't knock the camps. They definitely do bring positivity and stuff to the community. But on a flip side, which is the negativity, it also the different camps and the different groups create kind of what I would say like a cultic gang mentality amongst the brothers, right? You got camps that literally beef and hate with each other. You was just at ISBK the other day, and you seen how they were referring to IUIC as them purple F words. I ain't gonna say it because I don't want to get your channel flagged with ISBK. Hey, shout out to them brothers, but they have hate towards another brother just like the gangs do. You get what I'm saying? And on top of that, they like when I was first coming in truth, bro. I seen this one video of ISBK and IUC getting into it, and it was no biblical scriptures being pulled, none. It was F your leader, this Bishop Nathaniel's corner, this General Yohana corner. That has nothing to do with the Bible or nothing whatsoever. That's just literally gang mentality. That's literally, you know what I'm saying, the negativity that comes with these camps. You know what I'm saying? It's not all positive, which is, one of the reasons why I stay outside the camps. But on top of that, you got the cultic things like the brother you had, Camille Armani. He was part of the Yahweh Ben Yahweh cult when they were, sleeping with people's wives, committing murders, forcing people out their homes. All that's the no part of it. So you got to be aware. It's the good and the bad. Of course, you get your identity. You get to learn God's laws. You know what I'm saying? They help people. They give food. Some of them provide shelter. All things that's positive for the community. But it's also negativity when it comes with it. It's hatred. Amongst each other. It's division, and it's a lot of things that come from the mentality of being in a gang. You get what I'm saying? So it's a yes and a no for me.
I agree with everything you said, brother. I agree. Yep. Go ahead. Asylum Khan.
Man, I really think we got to be reminded of how this went down and what really goes down. During the Black Panthers' time, during Marcus Garvey's time, it didn't matter which group you were from. It didn't matter which clique you ran with. We knew what we needed to do. And we got to it and we did it. The difference is when they knocked us down, such as the Black Wall Street. The difference is when they knocked us down, such as the Boulets who walked up into the Black Panther Party, gave information on a Fred Hampton, or gave information on other leaders who got unalived, such as our big brother, your big brother in particular, Khalid Muhammad, and et cetera, and et cetera. We got back to the deal afterwards. We didn't just sit down after that took place. We can't at the same time say praise our ancestors and at the same time say, well, we can't live off of the fruits of their work. They told us in the text to live off the fruits of their work. Not only do we live off the fruits of their work, if you don't live off the fruits of their work, what you asking for reparations for? What's the purpose? And so we have to look at a few things of how we got here, because we got people, like I said, the Boulay, who act just like Abraham in that book. You come up in here, you get the hookup from us, and what do you do in return? You steal, you lie, You cause enmity and you cause destruction and malfunction. And then us, just like the black people we are, just like Pharaoh did, he's, hey, Abraham, here, take your stuff and just get up out. Here, take all the riches I gave you to. I don't want nothing from you. No big deal. But you got to stop doing that. The real issue is not what group is this or what group is that, because I see Muslims do the most. I see Muslims do the most right now. But before it was the Pan-Africans. Right now, in Africa, Pan-African is doing the most. Ibrahim Traore and them said, forget what you talking about. Oh, we can't live. This is a brother with a Hebrew name. He's a Muslim, and he's got a last name that's Pan-African. But he said, we're going to grow maize. He said, what you grow is what you'll eat. So don't tell me about farming. Don't tell me about non-connections to Africa. Don't tell me about, oh, these cats over here ain't doing such and such. A lot of people are. There's a lot of stuff that is still going down. There's a lot of things being built. The question is, what do you want built? Because when Obama was in office and them charter schools was going up, how many of you had kids attending them? Exactly. So when them charter schools was coming through like that, and they was teaching a black curriculum with a lot of African teachers, how many of you sent your children to them schools? It won't grow if you don't support it. So don't tell us about this nonsense. Oh, see, being the Hebrews, a man, knock it off, B. Because the biggest sissies in your book were the Hebrews, the Benjamites. So don't tell us about man. If you want to be a man, you come outside, you do what we did in ancient Kim, you do what we do in West Africa amongst the Akan, amongst the Orisha, amongst those who are getting it done now, unifying countries. You don't let a cat like Trump, I'm Congolese. Trump just went over there and made a deal real quick. Real quick. You're like, I don't care about Africa. I don't care about that. I live in another country. You're not here on the ground. You're not here. But you speaking on it like you here. It don't affect you the same way. But we here on the ground. So we telling you what needs to be done. And we go out and do it. And then for those who don't do it but portray like you live here, Negro, please, you work for UPS.
Oh, man. Shots. Judah, I know you want to respond, brother.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm glad you're keeping it fair and balanced, right? This is what I'm talking about, y'all. Y'all know, right? I'm not trying to promote violence, but you have to start knocking cats out because they just don't get it. The African Union is working with the white man. Stop lying. They working with the white man. The African Union and the European Union work together on infrastructure, technology, education. Am I lying, Devion? Have I not been getting the fake Pan-Africanists cosplaying Negroes to get up on the panel? I like fake Pan-Africanist cosplay joke. Get up on the panel and defend this fake religion. You know what they do? They put their forehead down on my rare Jordan 1s and bow down because they know I'm going to pull up the African Union working with the European Union. So stop lying. Why are you lying to our people? Why? They're not thinking about you. They're over in other countries. Every time they talk crazy about us, they're not even in Africa. They're in some other country. So why are y'all over here worshiping people who don't even like their own continent? Y'all ain't moving there. There's plenty of room because they're moving out. But you're not going to go there because you want to play PlayStation 5 and smoke Blockamouse. That's why you're not going to go to Africa. Stop it, bro. I know you don't like Judah Naz because I tell the truth because I live around Africans. So I'm not doing African hate. They doing what they doing. But all this trying to keep our people mentally paralyzed, like, bro, you're part of the problem. That's no different than the crack dealer. Like, bro, they work with the European Union. Where are the so-called Black Americans at in this equation? You're not included. They're not thinking about you. So stop lying, right? You're not on the ground doing nothing. I live around Africans. Every day I see them. You come to Japan, they're not even going to deal with you unless they're selling you some size 40 Jordans, and they ain't nobody feet that big. They got Michael Jordan in a wheelchair on the tongue. And they ain't real. Right? They're going to sell you some fake Jordans and call you brother. And after they get your money, they don't want nothing to do with you. Stop lying to our people. Y'all been doing this for years and ain't got nowhere. Stop. But I know y'all not going to stop. Why? Because it's white supremacy.
Judah, let me tell you this, right? I agree with you, Judah. A lot of people are going to be like, what, son? You agree? I agree with Judah Nazareth. The only problem that you have, Judah, when you say these things, you got to say not all of them. But the majority of them, yes, I do agree with you. Because you do have some of them that, I mean, goddamn, I was about to say that fight with us. I don't see none that fight with us. I don't see none that fight with us. I don't see none in the struggle. I don't see none of them in our marches. You know, even when Amadou Diallo got killed, we came out way more than them and fought for Amadou Diallo. But the sad thing is, Judah Nazareth is right, man. Come on, man.
Let me speak on that. Let me speak on that, son.
Hold on, brother. We gotta wake our ass up sometime. Judah Nash see them out there. He see them out there. So I agree with him, but I'm just gonna say not all. All right, that's all I'm saying. But with Judah saying, I agree with him. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Just like you agree with Judah, I agree that Judah got a 180 view. I got a 180 view. We can't see what's behind our head. As we say that the Africans are like, a lot of them have been miseducated by colonized situations that they're in. A lot of them came on the other day. I was looking at a show where a sister from Cameroon said, I didn't even know we had kings and queens. I learned all that from the Afrocentric people in America. So we got a lot of miseducation going on. And when we propagate, it's just like the white man's propagate, oh, blacks are naturally dumb. When we say I agree with them, you shouldn't say that. We should say we got miseducation and we need to be re-educated.
Miseducation on what?
All of the Africans that we're dealing with, that you're talking about, these present day Africans, you talk to them about the ancient cultures, about the ancient Nook, about the Nak, about the ancient Yoruba. They can't run it down to you. They don't know it. They know colonized.
Right. I agree. Yep.
British school mentality. Like our African American community, we wasn't even taught that. As soon as slavery was over, we didn't learn the key Swahili language and started a world trade and getting commerce and stuff from Africa, which Garvey tried. We tried one person. The masses of the African American believe in the paper bag theory. If you too black over the paper bag, light skin, all our leaders, the nation is all light skin, almost white boys. We look at the white man over here as our man. So everybody is messed up.
All right, let me go to Keon, man. Keon ain't speak yet. Keon, what's up, man? What say you?
What's good, son? So I was listening to everybody. Glad to see everybody. It's dark outside. My bad if y'all can't see me.
Right, go ahead. Talk. We know who you are.
For sure, for sure. At the end of the day, when it comes to the Israelite doctrine, it's garbage. Like I ain't, it's garbage. But at the end, and this is coming from somebody. I'm a Christian, so I at least accept the same religion as you guys. I just think how y'all interpret it to believe slavery, like all that is ridiculous to me. But at the end of the day, side, it's a double-edged sword because it's also like Kasai said, it's good as well. The Israelites are gathering up a group of Black Americans that really feel like they need a reason to be proud to be Black. And this is their reason. So it's always good when there's something that gives you some type of, motivation in the morning to be like, yeah, I'm glad that I'm a Black man. If that comes from some type of ideology that says that the reason why you went into slavery is because you disobeyed God some years ago, whatever the case may be, then hey, that's fine by me. As long as it makes you feel better for being a Black man, that's all that really matters at the end of the day. I just wish that it just came from the fact that you just liked yourself and liked your people more than the fact that it comes from some crazy interpretation of the Bible. That's all I'm saying. But other than that, I feel like it's just both ways. It's a good and a bad way to look at it.
Yeah. Elder Yara.
Yeah. Let me say this. First of all, Sar, you're a clown. You always take your time to try to attack Israelites, but you're a comedic bum. And the reason why I say that is because y'all still hold on to those effeminate ideals, and you want to try to attack the tribe of Benjamin. But if you study our scripture, the Benjamites is the smallest group out of all of the Israelites. You know why? because we judge those Benjamites who were acting those way. Our own brother. We went and we slaughtered our own brethren. Why? Because they were acting effeminate, like they were acting, copying you Egyptians. That's why we were told not to do as the Egyptians do. And if you actually study it, it was only one group of the tribe of Benjamin. There were several different tribes out of Benjamin, but there was one specific group that had to be judged. That's why they were the smallest in number, because we went down there and we took them out, just like we'll do y'all today. But I digress. The point is that when you talk about things like, and Keon, Judah just told you, the problem with you guys is, especially anybody that follows Christianity is a nutbag, right? And the problem with that is because that is the white religion that sa.neter talks about. When you got off that slave ship they gave you the European version of Christianity. That's all. That other stuff is false. When you got off the ship, they gave you a Bible. If you've seen in 1609 or 1613 or 1619, when y'all say the first slaves touched down, if you saw a Bible in 1619, it was about this thick. They weren't giving them niggas no Bibles. All that's fluff.
Commission, you next, Commission.
They weren't giving them no Bibles. That's just fluff talk. It sounds good, but there's no truth to it. They couldn't even read. It was against the law to even teach them how to read. So why would they give them a
LB, all right. I gotta run right quick to something. Hold me down for like about 10 minutes. Right after you, let Commission go after you.
Yeah, I'm gonna be short, and then I'm gonna let Commission rock out. So all
wait, Yara, they would kill you too. They would unalive you too for reading the Bible. I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother.
Absolutely. They would even there's accounts that they even whipped and beat whites for teaching slaves how to read the Bible. It was illegal. They could not read the Bible because guess what? That's all the white folks knew how to read was the Bible. So they didn't want them getting that. That's why when you look in the British Museum, they got the whole slave Bible. You know why they call it the slave Bible? Because everything that goes against shadow slavery is redacted. It's taken out. But y'all don't have that type of intelligence. Y'all just run off at the mouth.
Can I ask a question? I'm sorry, Kamisha. Can I ask this one question?
No, it's on
You right.
Peace, family.
Commission, come in, brother. Keon, go after him, I guess, because
your mic's not on, Commission.
And then I'll go in after Keon.
Yeah, no doubt.
and I'm gonna get on your head, Yara, as soon as our brother gets fixed. You want to let Keon go, and then
I just really just had a question. I didn't even have a comment. So Yara, are you saying that me and
serious?
Are you saying that you said what? Are you back?
Nah, he straight froze. You can see it.
Yeah, he froze.
There he is.
There you go.
Commission, it's your turn, bro. Commission, can you hear us?
Commission, are you there? Commission.
You gotta wait till Sai come back. If you go out, we ain't gonna be able to let you back in. So you might as well just chill and wait till Sai come back, because we ain't gonna be able to let you back in. So go ahead.
Yeah, just like
okay. Yeah. I just really just had a question for you, Yara. So are you saying that me and you read a different Bible? Is that what you're trying to say? Do you read a different Bible from what Christians read?
Probably so. Depends on what version you're reading.
What you mean probably? What you mean by probably?
I don't know what version of the Bible you read.
What version do you read?
See, here go the game.
King James.
I read the Hebrew Bible.
You read the Hebrew Bible.
Yes.
What makes it different from the King James Bible, or the NIV Bible, or the International Bible?
Well, the NIV. Well, I'll explain it to you, youngster. Well, the NIV Bible only gives you a thought for thought interpretation. It doesn't really give you a word for word interpretation, right? So that way, when you're reading it, you can clearly come away with a different understanding in what you're reading when you read an actual just the Hebrew Bible. And that just goes from Genesis to Malachi for you guys to understand that, right?
Okay, so my John 3:16 will say something different from your John 3:16 is what you're telling me.
Possibly, yes. Depends on what version you're reading. Absolutely.
Okay, go ahead.
Because guess what? If you read a Jehovah's Witness version or the New Living Translation, guess what it's going to say? It's not going to give any credence to Jesus being the one who is like God, like you would take away from your King James version in John 3:16. You understand what I'm saying? Or in the book of John, period. Based on which version you're reading. So
recite John 3:16 for me.
That God so loved the world.
Yeah, go ahead. Yes, sir.
So
yes, sir.
In John 3, so just John 3:16. So John 3:16.
Yeah, just recite.
Yeah, so John 3:16 again. You interpret Jesus as being God, correct?
Just recite it. I just want you to recite it.
You interpret Jesus as, I'm making my point. You interpret Jesus as being God is what I'm asking you.
That doesn't matter.
It does matter. See, that's the problem. What I'm trying to tell you.
That's not the problem, because my question just was, is our Bibles different? It has nothing to do with my religion. I just said, is our Bibles different? You made the claim that our Bibles is different.
Listen to me, Keon. Your Bible is different depending on which translation you're reading. I don't know why you don't get what I'm telling you.
Yeah, we get we get that there's multiple translations of the same Bible.
Based
I
on
understand
the translation that you study, yes, it's different.
Okay, then. So from your memory right now, John 3:16. I just want to prove a point.
You want to prove a point about what?
He's trying to say they're saying the same thing.
It's saying the same thing. You know why? Because you're going to recite, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son. That's what you're going to recite. What other way are you going to recite that? I just need to hear it.
What says the same thing? What do you mean? What says the same thing? What versus what says the same thing?
I'm done.
He's saying your verses match his verses, or
what
if they don't.
Verses?
That's what I'm trying to say to you. What he's trying to say is, I got you. What he's trying to say is,
that's not. But he's incorrect, because if you read,
let me finish, brother. If he's saying
done already, because I got something for you too.
He's really not.
What I'm saying is that
we're here.
Depend of what? No, not at all. So when you're talking about John 3:16 or whatever translation you're reading, it doesn't matter if you're reading the same exact text. If your interpretation of who God is different. So if my interpretation is that Jesus is not God, and your interpretation is that Jesus is God, then it's not the same.
That's a different argument.
That's not a different argument.
That is a different argument. I'm arguing. No. Okay, go ahead.
Because the reason why it's not a different argument, because your interpretation is based on what you're reading.
Okay, we can both read Harry Potter and interpret it a different way. The book is still the same thing. That's my argument. My argument is that we're still arguing about the same book that says the same thing. We can interpret it however we want to. But if you recited John 3:16 from off your dome right now, it would be the same thing as I recited.
Pull up John 3:16 in the King James and pull up John 3:16 in the NLT and see if it says the same thing.
As a translation argument, oh my God.
What I'm telling you, if you pull them up and see if they say the same thing, because that's what you just said, they're going to read the same.
Okay, all right, Yara, for sure. At the end of the day, you're ignoring the fact that before technology, brother, I'm pretty sure when you was a kid, you was probably reading from the King James Bible, just like the most of us. You can probably get all, bougie and stuff and say that you learned some other stuff, but we all came from the same foundation, and we all came from the same King James Bible, NIV Bible, whatever Bible translation that you use at your church at the end of the day. And you're trying to make it seem like we're so different. No, we're not. And
You are different, and you are different, and I'll prove it to you, right? If you go back to the first or the older Bibles, say like to 1539, right? 1539, when those Bibles were being printed in 1539, before you get to the King James. Those Bibles, when you read John 1:1, right? Or when you read the first chapter of John, it says, when it talks about in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, and the Word was with God, right?
Yes. Yes.
Do you know in the older versions, before you get to 1619, that it doesn't read that way?
Yeah, there was probably like 2 or 3 words that was different. But again, that's a
Watch
translation
this, watch
situation.
this,
That's
watch
not
this.
fair.
No, watch this. What words were different?
I'm not sure.
The words that are different is that it doesn't name Jesus, or it even doesn't say the word. It says
Okay,
in
well, I
the
can do the
beginning,
homework.
hold on. It says in the beginning was the word, and it was God. You see how that's a difference in meaning?
Yeah, I get it.
Versus
I
your King
understand.
James
It's
version
just
that's
at
going
the
to
end of
read
it,
completely
Yara,
different.
because this has nothing to really do with just what I'm trying to say. 'Cause again, you're making a
But
translation
you
argument,
say it reads
and
the
that
same.
I'm not
Like
worried about a
it don't read
translation
the same.
argument. You're making
No,
it seem
it's
like
not
the
a
Hebrew
translation. That's
Bible.
what I'm telling you.
Oh my
Listen,
God.
that's not a translation. It doesn't
That
read
is a
the same.
translation. You're saying that interpretation. First of all, you're trying to
Listen,
argue
brother.
my interpretation
That's
based
not
off
an
of the translation that I
interpretation.
read. That is
Hey,
two different things.
Keon,
You're not
Keon,
okay.
Keon.
You're not
That's
even
not
listening.
an
Go ahead.
interpretation.
Okay.
Do you understand? It reads.
Christianity is the interpretation that I'm talking about. Is which you're
No,
saying that is
listen,
total
bro.
opposite of what you believe in. You
No,
gotta keep up,
listen,
y'all.
I'm
Rob.
not
You gotta
saying that
come
at
on,
all.
man.
I didn't write the
All right.
15. I didn't write the 15. I didn't write the Bible in 1539. The one that was written in
So you did.
1539 before the King James, it reads completely different. That's what I'm telling you. That's not an
And I don't
interpretation.
disagree. And I'm not disagreeing. What I'm disagreeing with
Hold
you
on.
is
So
that
you
person.
disagree.
Okay, go
It is
ahead.
not an interpretation. It's not my take on it. It reads completely different. That's what I'm saying. The reason why when you get to the 1619 King James Version is because by that time, the King James Version, the people that were writing anachronistically were believers in the Trinity. And so they started writing in a Trinitarian flavor. So when they took it and replaced it with the word, when it never originally said the word. So that's why you can't get to John 3:16 and understand it how it was originally written, because in John 1:1 they changed. It doesn't read the same. That's what I'm telling you, Keon. And I know you have good
Okay, and what I'm telling you is that
it
even with
don't
your
read the
Hebrew
same.
Bible knowledge, no, wait a minute, because you go on for 5 minutes and say nothing. At the end of the day, what I'm telling you is that with your Hebrew Bible knowledge that you done came with, when I ask you to recite John 3:16 or John 1:1, I don't care about what they did in 1506. We're talking about 2025, Yara in 2025 on HOK. Shout out to the HOK. When you recite that, it's the same thing as what I have, brother. That's my only point.
It's
So it's
not
not
what
different.
I'm telling you. It's not.
All right, go ahead. I
It's
made my
not.
point. I
That's
made
what
my
I'm
point.
telling you. That's what I'm
All right.
telling you, Keon. What you're reading in the King James Version is a later translation, not the original translation.
And yet it's the same thing that you can recite. It's the same
So if
translation that you
Do you
bring up.
have that
I
book
read
to
the King
read
James
what you have?
Bible, so if I read a King James Bible and you read a King James Bible, yeah, they're going to say the same. But that's not the original writing that
Do
you're
you have
reading in
that
the
book?
King James Bible. The original writing doesn't say that. It says something completely different. That's what I'm trying to get you
Gotcha.
to understand. That's not hard.
Gotcha.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
I wanted to say something according to the topic. I was wondering if there's any like Hebrew Israelite brothers on the panel that's a part of the camp, right? Because I was gonna ask what would they say, right, according to what their elders say or their leaders of their camps that they're not affiliated with any other Israelite camp, right? You can't nation build being separate. Well, when Hebrew Israelite camps have the same doctrine, but you still say
Right.
that you can't build a nation. But I was asking, is there any Israelite Hebrew Israelite brothers on the panel?
That's in camp.
Thought y'all was the Hebrew Israel. What's going on? Is this a different
Nope,
universe?
they will never show up. They
You
watch.
all of them. What are you talking about? I thought.
I'm not a Hebrew
First off,
Israelite.
Ah, man, we not about to. Come on, man. Oh,
what do you mean? We're not
He
Hebrew
doesn't
Israelites.
understand that. You don't understand.
you right. I don't
that,
get
bro.
it. I don't get
Get
it.
What do y'all claim?
Now listen to what y'all just said. What do
Commission was
y'all
supposed to talk,
claim?
y'all, by the way. Commission
You
was supposed to
gang
talk.
banging intellectually.
They gang
Listen
banging.
to
They
what the
gang
other man
banging.
said. Yeah.
Hey, yo. Did y'all let Commission go yet?
No,
He never came in.
You gotta take him outside and bring him back in.
Yeah.
He
He
stuck.
froze up. Yeah.
Nah, he's right there.
Yeah.
He's right
I
there.
know. Every time we
Wait
told
a
him to
minute.
go, he couldn't move.
His
Yeah,
audio
he's
is
right there.
very
No, his
loud.
mic
Now
is
he might
off,
be.
Sly. He can't hear us. Commission, can you hear me? See, he can't hear nothing, son.
Oh yeah, he can't hear.
Yeah, I've been here the whole while.
There you
Bro.
go.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
I've been
Yeah,
listening
fellas
to y'all the whole while.
go in. Yeah.
Commission, you can hear me?
Yeah,
You can hear me, Commission?
yeah, but yeah, I've been hearing them the whole while here. I
All
just
right,
been,
go ahead.
I ain't try to burst in. I just let them go back and forth. But
All right, go ahead.
We couldn't hear him at first. That's
yeah,
what it was.
Yeah,
what I
because
want to
they
do
called on
briefly.
Nah, we was
So I
calling
want to share
Commission to
something.
go when
real
he
quick.
couldn't hear us. He wasn't going. That was earlier, Commission. You have
was
Yeah,
calling
somebody
Commission
whoever
saying your
came
turn.
in, they had bad audio. That's who caused it. No, it wasn't me. It was whoever was talking. They was lagging. See, you
No,
don't
that was
hear
you,
lagging
Commission.
right now.
That was you,
So
Commission. Go and share your
whoever
screen,
it
bro.
was, they ain't
We
got
good
bad
now.
audio, but it's all right. Yeah, hey, stop. Hey, stop.
Yeah, go
Let
ahead.
me see it. Saw there.
Yeah, go ahead. The water black stage.
Yeah, so I was
The
just
water
trying.
black stage.
Yeah, I
No
wanted
doubt.
to share something.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I
Go
just
ahead,
wanted
go
to
ahead,
share
Commission.
something real quick, briefly. All right. Yeah, this right here coming from my chairman. Y'all see that?
No. Okay.
It's coming up.
Can
It's
y'all
coming
see
up.
that?
There you go. Yeah, we see it.
Okay, yeah. It's called Religions Under Glass, and I ain't gonna read the whole thing, but I'm gonna read a portion of it. And this is coming from my chairman, The Exhuming of a Nation. That's the name of the book. If you ain't got it, get it. The brother said, and he been in the field over 50 years. He done been a Panther. He went through the NOI. He did all of that, but he said humans, having fallen from the state of God consciousness, are curious by nature. It is in the curiosity of this nature where carnal customs under the guise of religions that man has misguided other men from the great God into their atrocities of evil. Under the name of religions, in the name of their respective gods, the lions have created ungodly institutions of misery, death, and destruction for unsuspected lambs. Laban, splinters known as scholars and doctors of the law, not by the prophets themselves, started most of them. In fact, no prophet ever named his portion of the one great religion after himself. Buddhism, Mohammedanism, Judaism, Christianity, etc. These were monumental names given by idol worshippers after the prophets had left their flesh, died. These are the same holy people which created rituals, customs, prayer practices, etc. Some have gone fanatically off the normal religious field of play into maiming, abuse, torture, insanity, and death. Others, lost in faith, have committed congregational murder and suicides. These small groups are called extremists and members of an occult society. However, do not let their disproportionate size to the major religions fool you. When an occultist is carefully examined and is revealed as one who believes in a religious practice until they are willing to sacrifice their life to prove their faith, then their numbers are no longer small. In fact, each of the major religions could produce 700 million faithists on yesterday or sooner if their religious head said it's time. And if anyone calls them a member of opposing religion, they would think it to be the will of their God to sin, kill you ahead of themselves. question is, how could religions produce this kind of holiness in the minds of men? The answer is simple. Firstly, there is only one true divine or religion, law, that is one, which leads the mind or hand of man thinker back to their divine mind, the great God's hand, where he will once again know infinite love and harmonies of truth and peace. See the third eye. And this is where I close it at. Secondly, if your religion is headed by a priest, imam, pastor, father, grand sheik, or otherwise spiritual leader who has not personally seen the great God or has not themselves gone to the silent journey into the blue light to the kingdom of the soul, then you may be led on the wrong track, but headed in the wrong direction. And basically, the brother was speaking about pretty much the opposition that our people have to themselves when it comes to religion. Your true belief should bring you into a consciousness of oneness. Because if you go into the Bible, which Hebrews use, they say, hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one. We quoted that earlier. Also know ye not that ye are the temple of God and the Spirit of God dwelleth within you. In Islam, it's told that the great God breathed into man his spirit. All of these particular ways of life show you that divinity is found within the self. But the conflict in the doctrine is coming from exegesis, an interpretation that come from men later. And that's in all the groups. That's why you got so many sects in Islam. That's why you got so many different Moorish ideologies in opposition. That's why you got so many NOI groups and offshoots. That's why you got so many Hebrew groups and offshoots, so many Christian groups and offshoots, because everybody is trying to appeal to personality worship. They have left the great God. They are not dealing with the great God. And that's why you're going to keep having these conflicts until that people go within themselves and truly try to be what it is that they see in a Moses. Be what it is they see in Yehoshua. Be what it is they see in a Muhammad, if that's what you believe. Be what it is you see in Ali. It don't make no difference if nobody don't believe in what you believe in, but our actions show that we don't believe in what we believe in if we're not exemplifying what the prophets exemplified. So that being said, I just say peace and love, to everybody.
Can I speak up?
I thought I was. Go ahead.
However it go, whenever I get my chance, can I ask how's the order going?
Go ahead, brother. You go ahead.
Okay, Sar, can you pull up those pictures for me?
Yeah.
Thank you, brother.
Let me share the screen.
Before you go, brother, I just want to say something real quick.
Go ahead, Dave.
I gotta go. Kiana's sick. I gotta make this chicken noodle soup. These babies over here going crazy. If y'all still
respect that.
Respect.
Shalom, yo.
Shalom, brother Devion.
Hey, shalom, baby.
Shalom, brother.
Mitzvah. Is my screen sharing?
Sa. I don't know if Sa there to share.
Yeah, Sa might not be there.
Yeah, he's not. So everybody else go, and then when I get a chance, let me do that. Go ahead, Judah.
All right. So I was up next.
Wait, real quick. No, it was me. Real quick,
no, it wasn't you.
It's a Sard and I.
My bad. Go ahead.
Appreciate it, bro. All right. I was listening to you brothers talking about the brothers over in Africa and the brothers here. It all starts with us here over in the United States. We're the ones that's going to be the leaders in this, as far as the brothers and sisters, to wake the people up. And then it will begin to go throughout the world. So the problem is that there's all these different ideologies and gods. And if you don't get rid of all of that, you'll never become one. So we all have to come to a common denominator. Right now, you have all of these religious, to myself, I call them cults, that are numerators. Until the individuals are able to put these ideologies behind them and seek within themselves first to do what is right, not what you've been told. Even though you'll see people, when they know what they're doing is not right, but they'll hold on for the sake of it. You got to get rid of that lie when that lie is exposed. Don't be a hypocrite and carry that lie on. Once that lie's been told to you, your job is to then accept that truth and then look for even more truth. And we have to live by examples. And Brother Sage, I heard you say that your children are your property. They're not your property, brother.
You're a damn fool. They my property.
Let me just say what I'm gonna say.
They got my name. No, if you're gonna speak on my children, they got my name. I feed them. I care for them.
Let me finish.
They must know my property. Hold on, they must know my property than my
let me say what I'm saying to you, because when they grow up and they leave you,
no, and they still
get my property. Why are you trying to talk over them? Let him talk.
Right, that's right.
The hell up.
Bring up my family. You're a bad moderator. You got bad.
He's just showing that he's not at the point in time where he can have
that's the problem with you.
Now you gonna keep cutting him off. Let him finish.
Yeah, I'm not listen, brother. I have children. Listen, I'm not disrespecting your children. I said what was said to you was, I'm just trying to get you to understand, whether you do or don't, that they're not our property. We are to raise them.
Let him finish.
Hey, sorry.
We are to raise them, guide them up in the right way, so when it's time for them to have their children, they do exactly what they learn from us to become a good human being, and then take that further. My daughters, my sons, there's no ownership there. Do they carry my name? Yes, they carry my name, but that doesn't mean I own them. And that's what I said earlier. It's the mentality of a white man to think that you are the owner of them. They are only leased to you, because forbid someone can leave tomorrow and you don't have them. So,
man, let me tell you something, man. I told you in the first place not to speak to me, but let me say this to you.
Oh, I'm gonna speak to whoever I want to.
If you don't understand that your children are your property,
show me where they're your property.
Then you hold on. Let me that they're not your property.
Show me a title.
Let me listen. That your children are not your property, right? Do you discipline your children?
Do I discipline? Not anymore.
Did you ever discipline your children?
When they were little, yes. That didn't make them your property.
Why did you discipline them?
Because it was a teaching moment.
Why did you
listen to me? Let me explain to you. It was a teaching moment, not a controlling moment. In other words, I didn't beat my child.
I didn't ask you, did you beat him?
I'm just telling you, I didn't beat my child because I wanted to put authority over authority.
You wanted to do what?
Because I didn't want to put authority over them. I already
didn't want to put authority over your children.
I already have authority over them, but I don't own them.
Why do you have authority over them?
Because they were put in my hands to care.
Who put them in your hands?
The Creator did.
To do what with them?
To take care of them and care for them, not to own them.
Hold on. To care for them, right?
Exactly.
To do what? Feed them,
clothe them, and then prepare them for what the world they will go to coming to them,
and keep them in your care, right?
Absolutely.
Now, could I come to your house, and if I wanted to take one of your children, could I do that?
Could you take my child?
Yeah.
Absolutely, you couldn't take my child, but not because they were. I'm gonna tell you, not because they're my property, because I'm their because I'm their guardian, and I'm over them to make sure that they aren't.
You're over. How are you over them?
Because I'm their father, but I don't.
And you're their father means what?
What do you mean? Means what?
Yeah, you being their father means what? You being.
I just told you, I'm their guardian.
That means you said you're their
I just
father.
said I'm over them because I'm their guardian.
So that means you're their protector, right?
Exactly.
Right. So
is a slave master the protector of a slave?
The same way.
Question for you. Hold up. Let's kick back.
So the same way.
Back and forth. Is the slave master the protector of the slave?
When I ask you about the goddamn slave master.
Is a slave master the protector of a slave, or are they?
Could I come in your driveway? Hold on. Could I come in your driveway and take your car?
Are you talking about children or cars now?
I'm talking.
Because I got a title. I got a title.
Can I come in your driveway?
Listen to me. I got a title for my car, so I own that car. I own that car. You can
Can
take
I
it, but
come in your driveway
I got
and take
insurance
your
on
car?
it. Go ahead.
I ask you a
Sure you
question.
can. Sure you can.
Hold up. So I mean, Black
He's
Sage.
trying to make. He's
I'm gonna
trying
say
to
the
make
Black
a
Sage.
point.
Hold up,
I
I hold up. Black Sage. Just a simple. This is just Chat GPS. It says, "Is the father the owner of his children?" It comes back, no. A father is not the owner of his children.
Man,
Children are not
just
property.
read for me from something from
Yeah,
Chat
exactly.
GPT.
Thank you, brother.
I know you got your own philosophy, but this is
It's
just a
not a
universal
philosophy.
statement. It
But see,
is.
that's
why
that
no
white
one
man
agrees with it, but
mentality
it
because
is.
he has a
This is a
birth
perfect
certificate. He
segment.
thinks he owns the child.
This is a perfect segment.
Well, remember, his book told him he
to
owns the
teach.
child. Remember?
Yeah,
Remember, it said you own the child for eternity.
Why the black community is in the way that it is. Because we got pansy fathers like you guys who don't know how to raise their children and don't think you
My
don't
children?
own them. Hold on.
My children looking good in this world. Let's make sure we know.
Listen, I don't ask. Hold on. I don't ask what my children want to eat. They eat what I tell them to eat. I don't ask my children what they can watch on TV. I tell them what they can watch on TV.
And that's why your child could die because they may not want to eat.
I tell them
and
when
it
they
could
get
be
up in
sick
the morning.
when you tell them what to eat,
what school
and that's how they
go
could
to.
die. Don't you know that a
I
child could
tell
die?
them what school
A
they
child
go
could be
to.
sick.
I
A child
tell
could be sick.
Let him
there
go
is
through
no
his thing.
democracy
No,
between
man,
me and my
that's
children.
demonic. That's demonic. How you
I
gonna
said
tell
there's
your
no
child?
democracy
How you
between
gonna
me
tell
and
your
my
child?
children.
Your child may
And
be
you know
sick?
what?
There
It's
is no
sad to say
democracy.
that
They
your
don't
child
have
may
a
even grow up
vote.
hating you.
That's
Yeah,
what that's what you
One mic,
pansies.
gentlemen, like
That's
one
One at a time. One at a time, y'all. One
That's
mic.
how y'all destroy the black community within
this
y'all
brother has a
household.
distortion.
The name calling. Let's be logical.
Yo, one mic, man.
I got it.
Let y'all finish. Everybody stop. Y'all Black Sage, finish Black Sage.
Hold up, Black Sage.
There is no democracy among my children.
But
They don't
if
have
there's
a
no
goddamn
democracy among
vote.
your children. You telling us if your
can I
son is
finish?
sick and you
What
want
does
him
a
to eat, your
democracy
son is
have
gonna
to
eat
do with
because
slavery?
you want him to eat.
What does democracy have to do with
Yo,
slavery?
time out. Time out. Everybody time out.
Confused.
It's one mic here. Let Black Sage finish his statement. Then we're going to move to the next one. Let Black Sage finish.
Fine when he's done.
There is no when I'm raised. Listen, my children are my property. There is no democracy between me and my children. I tell them where they can go and when they can go. I tell them where they cannot go. Right? I tell them who they can be with and who they can't be with. I tell them what to wear and what they cannot wear. I tell them what to say and what they cannot say. You know why?
Wow.
Because I am in complete control of the direction of their lives.
Sounds like a tyrant.
Hold on.
Yeah. Hey, listen.
Yo, stop. All right. Everybody time out. I don't know what the problem is. He said his children. If you are children, that is your job.
That is not your job. Who told you that's your job?
Listen, that's not your job. Let's say it's not your job. Be quiet for a minute, y'all. I tell my goddamn children what to wear. Yo, my man. When my children are little, I control them. I tell them what to wear, what they can't wear. I tell them who they can hang out with and who they can't hang out with. That's my job as a parent, to oversee them. What's wrong with y'all Negroes? Y'all Negroes probably don't got children.
So they're your property?
Man is going to be any black man who have children is going to want the best for their kids and let them, because you know why? We've been there already. We've been through that shit. So we don't want them going through the same damn steps that we went through. So we tell them, but now here's this. As they grow older, now you on your own now. You're no longer under my roof. Now you on your own. But if you are a kid and you living in my goddamn house, you damn right I'm gonna tell you what to wear, what not to wear. I had to tell my daughter one time because of the peer pressure. And she was getting ready to wear some loose clothing. And I was like, baby, hold on. You ain't going out the house like that. See? So what the hell you mean you don't tell your kids what to wear? Y'all Negroes is crazy. Y'all don't have no goddamn children.
Are your children your property? Is the subject here?
What he was saying was his children is his property. And
what
I explained to him is your child is not your property. You are their guardian and you are their overseer until they get to a point where they go out on their own. Now, this brother saying is the property. So what happens when that child, the daughter, gets married to the man? Are you still the property owner of the child? When do you transfer? When do you transfer over that property
to that
What does
husband?
that mean? Because you never owned her.
Yeah, what you mean? I never. Are you out of your freaking mind?
She's a gift. They're a gift to you. You don't own them.
Man, are you? See, this is
No,
the problem.
you're out of. The fact is, you're out of.
I need to make a statement,
This is
son.
the reason.
You're out of your mind.
You know, he's been talking all this time. He's been talking all this time.
Only
thing he was saying, Si, was that if a child, let's say your child, Si, had sickle cell and he couldn't eat beef, or she couldn't eat beef. Y'all sit up there and say, I tell him what to eat and what not to eat. Is he something wrong with him?
That's what he said, bro.
That is not what I said. What are you talking about, you moron?
No, you did say you tell a child what to eat. Where to go.
Yes, he did. Thank you, I son.
Said all of that. You just said all of that. Now
I
you
didn't say nothing about no sickle cell.
No, we didn't know. He's making a point using the word sickle cell.
This what I did. I went in there, and this what I made me right here. I went in there and made some goddamn French, some fries, and some goddamn fish. I'm the best, man. Y'all
Stop playing.
See that fish right there?
What's up, though? You look like that God, baby. What's that?
Come on, man.
You had to be a vegan.
And then I got them fries going on, man.
Oh, they look like
The Wednesday's fries. Y'all better learn how to stop playing, man.
Hey, so real quick, Asar, can I show? We was trying to show something, and that Black Sage them gave me the floor. Can I go ahead and show that, Asar? Pull it up, Asar.
I'm about to share it now. Let me see.
And look at this real close, everybody on the panel and in the crowd that's listening.
Child screen share.
And then I got a question to my Hebrew brothers. I got a question. It's gonna be civilized.
You in the white camp, not me.
These white people got y'all minds messed up, bro.
That's who you rolling with. Hebrew
That's why
Israelites.
y'all. That's why y'all. That's why a lot of
Hey, brother, look at that Jewish star.
That's
on
why
your wrist.
a lot of y'all sons
Look at
walk
that
around
Jewish
here want
star
to wear
on your
skirts and
wrist,
makeup.
and then watch what's saying on the president's stage. That same Jewish star you got. You don't even know what you're wearing. You look at the brother up top. He's got the pyramid up there where it's upright, whereas there's a capstone. But what did your people do? They made an inverted pyramid to try to cover the truth of the pyramid.
Okay, here we go. Now hold up, son. This is why I got this up here.
Go ahead, brother.
This guy going
really
wild right. This guy right here is going viral
Let him go.
This guy's looking like Tupac in Ghana right here. These is your brothers that say they ain't African. You out your African mind. To my Hebrew brothers that say that you not African, look at them too. Look at Mekhi Phifer and the African Nigerian. Nowhere in Israel can you find it. And there are indigenous Israelites there that never left since the time of the temples of Solomon, as y'all claim. Some that's never left. I challenge any one of you from Judah to Black Sage to present pictures that show identical looks of us African Americans like our Black Africans. Peace.
Can I say something? Can I say something real quick? Why don't you Google John Cena's black twin and then make that argument?
John Cena,
man, if you don't get the hell up out of here, man. Look up John Cena, the white wrestler, and look up his black twin.
Though?
But because all you doing is just giving us lookership just because niggas look alike.
No,
nigga,
we got DNA. We got DNA. You ain't got no
hey,
DNA.
Bro, listen.
No, this is a question.
Right now,
I'm talking. I didn't cut you, Sage. No, if you take a DNA test right now, you don't got no DNA going back to no damn.
I
Israel.
don't give a damn.
Because you living in La La Land.
At the end of the day, bro, do you know right now in the United States of
you ain't
America,
gonna have all our people living in La La Land with you. It ain't but 10 of y'all.
You got companies that
the whole African American community know we come from Africa, man. You can't change that.
They're purposely hiring Africans just so that they don't have to hire Black Americans. Do you know that's what they're doing right now? And they get around this whole thing because they can classify the Africans as Black Americans. But they're only hiring these African immigrants, so they don't have to hire Black Americans. They know what's a difference. How come
say
you
that?
don't?
How come when you say that though, you don't open up and say, but by the way, this country, Liberia, is giving Black Americans citizenship. Talk about the
I
other stuff.
don't
You always
give a
don't
damn.
talk. Well, who
I don't
cares
give
what
a
you?
damn.
You one person.
You
I
can't
don't give a
because
damn.
You don't
Israel
speak for
has
the
less
collective
than
of
1%
African Americans or
conversion
a majority. You
I
a
don't
little
give
cult.
a damn.
when it comes to citizenship from outside, or when it
I'm
comes to
not trying. Who's trying to
citizenship
convert
for.
to Israel?
Well, you claim to be an Israelite,
No,
right?
we
You
not.
told us we
Those are
was Israelite.
Israelis. That ain't from over there. We're not a part of them people. What the hell are you
Hebrew.
talking about?
Let's say Hebrew. Let's say Hebrew.
All right, hold on. Let me get my brother Yosef Lion in the building. Lion, what up, man? Unmute yourself, brother. Unmute yourself. Somebody's snoring. What the hell?
For real?
Out of you niggas.
All right, come on. Let me get Lemba King. Lemba King. What up, King?
Sure, how's it, King?
What's happening?
I'm good, sir. How are you, bro?
I'm good, man. Add on. What you want to say?
Yeah. I'm here in Africa, man. I'm in Zimbabwe. I'm a Lemba, a real Lemba.
Yeah.
Peace to the family, the Shona tribe of the Zimbabwe castles in Zimbabwe.
That's right. The families.
Yeah, Mashingo.
Which those Hebrews tried to claim that it was Solomon's mines. Not the Hebrews, the Israelites tried to claim it was Solomon's mine when they found out it really was the Mashona people, I believe.
No, that's a big fraud, man.
Yeah.
That's it. There it is. Salbonga.
It is a fraud. It is a fraud. We, the Lemba people, we are not those so-called Jews.
That's right.
Tell them again, big brother.
We're never Jews.
Come on, Judah. Stand up, Judah. What's up?
Somebody in Japan, somebody in Africa. Tell them again, Lemba.
You muted, Judah. We can't hear you.
It's a big fraud, sir.
I had my hand up for 10 minutes and
it's the Portuguese people who colonized my ancestors and turned them into those so-called Hebrews, but we were not Hebrews since day one. It came with colonialism. There's nothing like that.
Man, I learned that on sa.neter today. I'm putting that in my book.
Members, we are not Israelites, we are not Jews, we are Bantu. All of us. You find the Lemba people in Tanzania, you find Lemba people in Zambia, you find Lemba people in Zimbabwe, you find Lemba people in South Africa.
All right, let's get Judah in here. Let's let Judah respond to this, man.
Yeah, man. This is why we can't get nowhere, man. Because we got, he's a Lemba. So what? I'm not. And if your ancestors and put my ancestors in slavery, you know my book says where you going. Now we don't care what these guys say because you know what? They're pookies. They ain't gonna do nothing for our people. All they're gonna do is worship other people. If it ain't gonna be y'all, it's gonna be the white man. Just real quick too. Just want to answer this real quick too.
Judas related to
the word property comes from the Latin word proprius, and it means one's own. It means particular. It means nature, and it means quality. So when you have a child, that's one's own. That's your property. So you brothers coming up here with the soft, effeminate, weak, what Kool-Aid blood stuff, bro, stop. You know what I did last night? I went and showed Empire where Lucius, Terrence Howard, Cleveland, Ohio, when he put his son in the trash for wearing his mama's high heels. I showed my son that last night and was like, boy, this is what happens. Why? Because I'm his owner. I'm his father. He comes from me. That's my property. You go into the etymology of the word property, it means one's own. Shizen is my boy. He comes from me. So he's my property. When he do something wrong, I go there and handle the problem. Why? Because he's mine. He can't just go off and do what he want to do. So you dudes coming up here, come to turn like I'm not like sa.neter said. I don't know if y'all got kids or not, or if you didn't raise them right. But if you're a father and he comes from you, you're his owner. That's your property, according to the etymology of the word property. No, there's no madness. Listen, get a dictionary and look up words, meaning of words, etymology. The word property means one's own.
Etymology, the origin of a word.
Thank you. Etymology. That's what I'm saying. The word
and so, Judah, I was not saying, if they wouldn't let me finish this.
Hold on, brother. Let me finish, brother.
Okay, because I want you said us coming up saying it. I didn't say it. Go ahead.
All right, well, whoever is coming with the soft, effeminate, deadbeat dad mess, like, bro, stop. If your son come from your testes, he carries, that's your own property. You're the owner of him until that kid is old enough to make decisions for himself, right? So that's the sa.neter and Black Sage are absolutely correct. Y'all come in with the soft, effeminate, deadbeat daddy pookie mess, bro. Stop.
So Judah, I have a question for you, Judah, with that statement. Because once you go over there, it's gonna go out of line.
Brother, just real quick. I just want to answer some things because I've been having my hand up for like 15 minutes and I kept getting passed over. All right. Again, so I'm saying, so one day, me and Kamishan actually had a deep discussion like a couple of years ago, and I know it's always Judah, shut the F up, because you don't want to read, and that's why we on last place. Look up the meaning of the word property. It means one's own. I mean, I ain't got to repeat myself. If you have children, they come from you. That's your own. That's your property. Like, yo, like do something for your kids. Like, what's going on here? This is crazy. Just real quick. I want to say this. Me and Kamishan had a discussion like a few years ago. He probably don't remember this. And aside from people, one thing I will say, Kamishan, I don't know if he worships other people or not, but I do know that with Noble Drew Ali and them, whether I could disagree with this doctrine or not, he wasn't necessarily like telling us to worship other people because they're taking care of themselves, right? And one day, me and Kamishan had this like Kamishan, we were talking, or had this discussion. We were talking about knowledge of self, but knowledge of self comes from within. Me and Kamishan, remember that? It was like probably 5 years ago or 4 years ago. You remember that? He probably not listening, right? So all y'all over here, right? So we don't have that. We don't have these systems where, and I heard a brother talking about the capstone and blah 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 blah. Bro, dude, I'm just real quick, and I'm not Africa bashing, but these people who run these organizations that y'all love, like Freemasonry and things like that, these are controlled by white men who wouldn't even allow you to join because you are not born free, right? But if you see here, what does it say? All the African lodges, and when you see who they're ran by, see that there? Grand Lodges, Africa and Middle East. And when you go into them, you'll see that these lodges that the Africans are in are ran by what? England, Scotland. They're ran by the white man. That's okay. That's cool. All I'm saying is they're not going to join with you. Why do they get privileges that you don't get? When Eliyahu told you that they're hiring them and not hiring you because there's a difference, why are y'all up here acting like that's not true? Real quick, I just want to just get to this real quick. I'm sorry, and I'm going to shut up. A brother says something about a Jewish star. If you understood mathematics and geometry of the mind, you would know the shield of David is knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. You can find this in just creation, like the snowflake. You can find this in the honeycomb. Do you know that this is the strongest shape? This is the sign of manifestation, right? Do you know that when you connect all the cube, all the corners, you get a 3D cube, right? Knowledge, wisdom, understanding, right? Mathematics means to think. So all I'm saying is, no. See, that's what I'm talking about. That's why we can't get nowhere. What does that look like? You don't know science. See, this sa.neter. Remember I told you, we trying to bring back consciousness in the community because the Pookie's done infiltrated and they want to dumb it down. They want to come in with the Gucci man foolishness. That's why they don't ever hit the panel and discuss important things or things that will elevate the mind. It's always some outward foolishness. Always. It's Pookieism. Listen, keep the do-rag and the black mouse to yourself. You're destroying the children, right? You ain't got no jewels to hand down to the kids. You're already telling them now that they're not their property, that they don't come from you. When you laid down with that woman, she took in your knowledge and she manifested your knowledge on a physical plane through her womb. And that child is her property and your property. It has both her quality in nature and your quality in nature, which goes back to the Latin word for property, right? Ownership. And I ain't trying to be long-winded. Shout out to Black Stage, man, and sa.neter. Y'all telling the truth. These dudes, I'm not sure what's wrong with them.
Hey, to all my moderators, if you're in here, all the moderators, don't allow nobody to disrespect nobody on the panel, y'all. I had to delete the comment from Rome Fitness. Rome Fitness. I had to delete that. Y'all should have been on that. Don't let nobody disrespect nobody because they scared to bring their ass up here and build. So keep them goofies out. Keep them goofies the hell out of here. I mean, you ain't got to agree with it, but just respect it because they coming up here to build. All right, let me hear from the Limber King back. Let's get the Limber King back up in here, man.
Real quick, I just need to address Judah. Can I tell Judah this one thing? Thoth in ancient Egypt, it says it's mostly shown with the 5-pointed star, although before Hebrews ever had the star, they have 6-pointed stars in Egypt. Go ahead.
Real quick, sorry, just real quick, me answer. I trying to get into this is what I'm saying. These are good conversations. We start getting into noetics or intellect, right? We're talking about geometry, and I'm not talking about building physical outside structures. We're talking about this, right? And anyone who knows the Torahite teachings, what sets us apart from the Hebrew Israelites in the camps, is because we teach mathematics, which just means to think, or spiritual geometry and things. We don't need to go through the white man's Freemasonry when God gave us our own. Sa.neter remembers that there was a brother named, well, I ain't gonna say his name because he didn't even show up. We were supposed to have a debate on the origins of Freemasonry and Masonry. He didn't even show up because he knew that his organization, when he started going into their stuff, what do they use for their blueprint? Our book.
Facts.
Right? They use our book. So what's God's favorite flower? The lily. What's the shape? The snowflake, the honeycomb, the atom. All these things are all like this. And when you connect all the points, you get what? 7 points. When you connect all the dots, what do you get? 10 points. It's all mathematics, right? We always throw up the sign, not the Baphomet. It's knowledge, wisdom, understanding. Knowledge is the vertical, that's the man. Wisdom is the horizontal, and understanding is curvature because it could be a boy or a girl, and it makes the 3D cube. So, but this is what our people need to raise up. You see, other people have their organizations where, like, I ain't trying to be long-winded. Listen, people like the so-called white man, Europeans, the Asians, the Africans, whatever, they have organizations where they have an outer thing, whatever, for the common people. But then for the learned ones, they have the inner circle workings. Our people don't have that. Everything we have is always controlled by some European somewhere. Like, remember Inspector Gadget, Dr. Claw? There's always Dr. Claw somewhere back there pulling the strings. And that's why as long as Dr. Claw is running things, we can't go nowhere. So that's the answer. Be long-winded, but thank you. So,
all right, Limber King, what's up, bro? What else you got to add on? Where are you right now?
I'm in Zimbabwe right now.
All right, you're in Zimbabwe. What I need you to do right now, right? And I'm going to trust you're going to tell us the truth, brother. Yes, because I know it's a few that have a little consciousness like yourself. But be honest and tell me, how do the Zimbabweans or Zimbabwe really feel about African Americans? Be honest, brother. Now, I don't say all of them are bad, but be honest with us right now. Do they see us as a part of them? Be real, man. Come on, man.
No, most of Zimbabweans, they do appreciate African Americans because most of our heroes, most of African Americans, they participate in the liberation struggle of Zimbabwe.
Mm-hmm. Do any of them say that we are lazy over here or something? Come on. Do they say that?
No. We respect Malcolm X. You know, you come to Zimbabwe, Malcolm X is a king.
Okay. All right. Yeah, what you want to say right there?
And we also appreciate you, sir. You know, you are doing a great work. You know, you are just like Malcolm X yourself.
Nah, don't give me that. Don't put that on me.
Hey, Limber,
You're putting in the work. You're putting in the work, sir.
Yeah, that's in my younger days. I would say yes, but not now, brother. I fell back a little bit. So
can I ask him a question?
Hold on, Limber. Are you black?
Yeah,
Limber King, are you black?
Sorry, can you come again?
Are you black?
Yes, I am.
There it is.
Deal. My brother.
Africans call themselves black.
My brother.
Right. Good job, Limber.
My brother.
Yeah, y'all take that up with with Ankh. So
okay.
I want to ask the brother. So you said that the only reason why we hear about Israelite or Hebrew connection with the Limba people that it was all made up by Portuguese
Yes,
colonizers, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to ask you a question. Are you familiar with the anthropologist or writer Tudor Parfait?
Can you come again?
Are you familiar with Tudor Parfait? He's an anthropologist, a historian.
Are you talking about white people or you are talking about my family member?
Yeah, white people. Well, there's a guy named Tudor Parfait, and he has a documentary, right? You can actually go see it on YouTube. You can see him if you actually read his book as well. He actually stayed among the Limba for a particular period of time to study their culture, to study different things. He observed them. They themselves, right, claim to be of the stock of the Hebrews, specifically the Levites. They actually did a DNA study with science. They actually did a DNA test and compared the Limba genes, the genes of the Limba, to those of Israelite, right, or Israelis, right, or those Levites that lived in certain areas of Israel. And it showed that the Limba and those group of white Israelis, I would say, that their genetics or their genes were specific, which means that those Limba and those Israelites or those or those is quote unquote Israelis or those Kohen genes or those Levites actually shared a common ancestry. Are you familiar with that?
I am familiar with that, but can I have an one-word answer for you?
Yes.
That's pseudo.
So DNA is pseudo?
Since when the Israelites accept
All the
DNA?
way in Zimbabwe, that joint pseudo. It hits Zimbabwe.
Drop a
Yes.
Since when the Israelites accept DNA?
No, I'm asking. You said they don't accept DNA?
No, I'm asking. Since when do Israelites, black Hebrew Israelites, accept a DNA test?
Oh man, get the hell up out of here, man. Get him out of here. Son.
Shut up! Now who sent you, nigga?
Nobody sent
Say
you.
another motherfucking word and this shit is over. And I ain't playing, nigga.
He said,
Hey, Black Sage, let me ask you this. I'm not condescending at all with this. Watch this. So you stay across, say we both stay in Brooklyn, in them brownstone. You stay across the street from me, and Muslims stay down the street from you. All of this is black people, though. Don't we have to do certain things, Black Sage, as far as have our trash on the street on Thursday so the trash man can throw it away no matter what religion we. So it's to be a community of black people. It's okay to be who I don't have to bash you and tell your religion is wrong. Even to Judah, I want to ask that to Judah. I don't have to bash Judah and say his religion is wrong. He don't have to bash me and say mine is wrong. But it's some primary things we got to do to keep our people clean, fresh, and growing proper in the country.
yeah, I mean, through all certain segments of religion, I mean, at least, there's the quote unquote understanding or the principle, not talking about the dogma, but the principle, cleanliness is next to godliness, right? I think that, more so than any other religious practice, if you look in the Torah, it tells you explicitly how to be sanitary. It enforces that, right? But you can see that in some other cultures as well, right? It tells us, not to drink blood and not to do things, in a certain way and different things like that. You don't find that in all cultures. They do some shit y'all ain't gonna do today, right? That we know that will kill you, right? You're gonna die from something if you practice the way some of these other people practice. But me putting my trash out ain't got nothing to do with your religion, right? Or what you believe in, or what you believe, or who you worship as God. So for you to say that I don't have to bash your religion, that ain't got nothing to do with whether or not me and you both can keep a clean house. Because to me, see, I'm gonna tell you, I don't know about any other Israelite. I don't give a damn about nobody else's religion. I don't give a damn about Kemetic, Muslim, atheist, Seventh. I don't give a damn about your. I don't care nothing about it.
And I respect that. And I'm saying this. That don't pay my bills. What you give a damn about? I respect. You can have all your opinions.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't pirate you. I don't come over there and be in front of your house talking about that Judah. The Judah this is guards. This is that. Disrespectful words. At some point you have to have kuth. You know the word kuth means.
I don't have to respect any point of view you have.
No, respect meaning to be civil with each other on the planet.
I don't have to be.
But then you don't respect a man. You don't respect.
I don't have to be civil with you.
This is my statement. I'm saying
you're heathen. I don't have to be civil with you.
Okay, listen. See, being just laughing and all that.
Y'all
homosexual.
That's true, though.
And y'all trying to be like us. But anyway, you feel me? But anyway, my thing is this. You won't survive. Never has Israel ever beat Egypt. We kicked y'all ass, slaved y'all. Y'all say y'all always been hoes.
What time period are you referring to?
Ain't one time you can name more times that y'all whooped our ass than we beat the shit out of y'all.
What are you talking about? What time period are you referring to?
Shut up.
What dynastic period are you referring to?
Don't matter what I'm referring to.
It does matter.
Did I say no? Oh shit! Say it again. Say something else. Oh, say something else. Say something else, nigga.
That's what I'm asking you. See, you Kemetic clowns, y'all always do this. You can't tell me what dynastic period you're talking about. You know why? Because you have no clue about who you talking about. Because I can take you into them dynastic periods and show you who was in power, and it ain't your ancestors. When all that kick ass you talking about was going on. So what is you talking about? What dynastic period you tracing your ancestors back to?
Back my ancestors to the original Africans on Earth before it was a Hebrew or a Shebrew born.
Okay,
you gotta stay on mute because you got echoes coming up.
Before they was calling themselves African?
You know what? It was no
they
such
wasn't no
thing
Africans either.
In your Bible, it say that the African was Ham the Younger. Ham
no, it doesn't say that. You lied. The Bible never said that. You just made that up.
Genesis 10:8. Genesis 10:8.
You just made that up.
Genesis 10:8, idiot.
Bro, you just made that up.
All right. Yo, hold on, everybody. We ain't gonna get into the name calling, y'all. Let's stop that. We ain't gonna get into all of that, man.
It does not say that.
Yo, we're not gonna get into the name calling.
I won't name call.
Let's keep it respectful.
I won't name call. Let's look it up right here and see it for ourselves, and then we're gonna see how you're arrogant. Just how arrogant you are. You talk to Limba like he was a second hand. He's a Limba person, and you said, "Did you do the study where they?" Like as if he wasn't Limba. You are disrespectful. I ain't gonna get into it,
bro. Y'all just said on this panel that Africans don't even know their own cultural background. Y'all just said that.
All Africans.
You niggas just said that.
You play word games.
All right. That's it. We're gonna move forward. Go ahead, Judah.
Can I please share my screen just real quick, Saw?
Me and the Tsar been waiting the longest.
All right. I really.
Me and the Tsar been waiting for our turn the longest.
Okay, I got you.
I'll be real quick, brother. I'm just gonna share my screen real quick. No, watch this, y'all. Let me share my screen. Watch this. Everyone's gonna act like they're not gonna look at it. This is why, like, I'll be seeing. I think the conscious community got infiltrated because they will act like they don't see. Oh, is this working? Hold on, let me see.
Yeah, you're sharing your screen. We see it.
All right, Sandra, did you see what that says there?
Yep.
The European Union and Nigeria, they're working with the European. So while y'all over here, oh man, the Africans are. Wait a minute. Whoa. Wait a minute. They're working with people that enslaved your ancestors. They're not working with you. Let's go to another one real quick. What is that? The EU and African Union deepening cooperation at 24-25 November summit in Angola. They working with the white man. They're not working with you. Who that ninja on that nag? That's y'all. You're not trying to build up your own house. You're trying to build up somebody else's.
All right.
Oh, I saw it. Wait, look.
Oh,
See,
go ahead. No, go ahead.
I always
Go ahead.
go fast. I know. Whenever I'll be cooking, I gotta get out the kitchen fast. Why? Because I'm frying. Yeah, I know. Who that ninja on that nag? Right? You love the white man. Okay?
Nigeria.
Yeah, I know. Look, they mad. See what you did do? I
No,
put that
because you
switch on
lying.
him.
You lying.
Oh, I'm lying.
Brother, you gotta let him speak, man.
He can't. He's hurt. Just to go. I put belt
I'll
to
let him
arse.
speak, but he lying.
I know. I'm beating you like a stepchild. You don't like it. Yo, African gods working with the white man. They're not working with you. So what are you doing? You're coming over here lying to our people. Africa, this and Africa, that. And Africa. They working with the white man. Now go ahead and ignore it and make up an excuse and sit there and lie to our people's face like y'all been doing the whole time. Go ahead. You up out of here, bro.
All right. Now, Judah, I'm gonna come to Brother Lai because Lai ain't speak yet, and then I'm gonna go to you, Kassad. My brother Judah, that's not a good argument. That argument, let me tell you why. That argument buries you because damn near every African American over here work for the goddamn white man.
Oh, so we're in the African European Union?
No, it don't matter. It don't matter if we.
Now it don't matter. But
it don't matter if we in it. The point I'm saying is, the argument you saying is that they work for the white man. So does African Americans.
I said they work with the white man, not for.
Yeah.
They work with them. See, look, y'all love white people. We're slaves to the white man. The Africans don't have a birth certificate receipt like we do. Right? They don't. They're free from that. So when they join the white lodges and all that, they're working in cooperation. Again, who put us in slavery? Who bought us from the white man? Bought us from the Africans. That's why you don't see Africans.
Who put us in slavery, Judah?
Oh, see, here we go, moving the goalpost.
No, I'm asking you. Said don't forget who put us in slavery. So I'm asking you, which one?
West Africa. There's
because Africa. Listen. Africa is huge, and you got different tribes in Africa. So when people say the Africans put you in slavery, was it Zimbabwe? Was it Nigeria?
Nigeria.
Who was it? Who was it?
Nigeria is the main one. They started the slave trade on the continent, right? The white man had to come over there and force them to stop. And he know I ain't lying. The British had to go. Look, he laughing because don't make me pull up another source because I've been whooping up on y'all Africans for years, and y'all know better than mess with me. See, these guys are gonna try to save you. You didn't ask us not. You're gonna get straight belted to your back. They're gonna try to help you, but they can't help you. I'm gonna go into your history and show your leaders apologizing for their role in starting the slave trade and selling us to the white man. And those of us, my ancestors, that y'all couldn't all lies. Oh, it's something. Do you want to see another source?
No. Let me get Brother Lai first.
Okay, well, just real quick. You know what they would do to our ancestors? They couldn't sell to the white man. They would chop their heads off. Yeah, PhD scholars talk about this, right? So I know y'all want to come over here and act like Wakanda. No, bro, that's fake. Stop it, bro.
Hey, Judah. Brother Lai, you got the floor.
First and foremost, peace and blessings to all your brothers on the panel as well as your families.
Peace, brother.
Peace,
the question that I have is this, and I heard Elder Yara say something in regards towards cleanliness, and I've yet to hear any Hebrew Israelite still to this day speak about anything in regards to cleanliness and towards making Kohanim before making prayer. That being the case, Kohanim is a ritual that's performed by Hebrew priests. If that being the case, in Islam we call it wudu, before making prayer. With that being the case, why is it always perceived as being a priestly duty before making prayer, whereas in Islam, wudu is for imam, a sheikh, a regular ordinary bum on the street? But if you practicing under the deen of Islam, it's mandatory by all people.
Why is it different in regards for Hebrew Israelites, Jews, only for them to make that action before prayer? That's something I always wanted to ask. Any
Who's
Hebrew
that question
Israelite,
for? All right, Judah or Yara?
either
Go
one of
ahead.
them.
Judah.
Just real quick, I don't know where he's getting this from, but we're all at least we
You
do.
can
We
Google
all,
it.
what, brother? Google what? We have a Torah. We don't need to Google nothing. We have to have a cleanly body and cleanly mind before we like drinking and alcohol and praying and things like that. We can't do that. You can't have relations with your wife and then hold on, brother. Like you can't have relations with your wife and then make a prayer. You have to wash yourself, wait till evening and things like that. So we do have cleanliness laws. Now, y'all the ones eating shrimp and crab and lobster, okay, eating roaches.
Elder Yara.
Wait, hold on, brother. Just real quick.
I didn't come across it being disrespectful. I'm just bringing information and knowledge.
Brother law, I hear you, brother. But you know what? I would like y'all to go to China and free y'all Uyghur Muslim brothers and sisters from slavery in China. That would be nice. But go ahead, sir.
Elder Yara.
Yes, sir.
Did I misspeak, or is that something that is done?
That is something that is done. But the caveat that you're doing is that when you say the Kohanim, you're really speaking directly from the propagation of the small hats, right? They really make those things different, right? So even when, see, this is what I say, when we talk about that we follow the Torah, we don't follow what those small hats follow, because they follow things in different. Their ritual bathing is completely different from what we doing in the practices that we glean from the Torah, right? So even in the New Testament, and I'll just take you to something, right? So some of y'all can get a good grasp.
Please.
I believe it's Matthew chapter 5. There was this same discussion, the same question was brought up, right? About Jesus' disciples picking corn. Why are you picking corn and eating, and your disciples have not washed their hands, right? That was the argument that the question that you're asking, the argument that was being made, right? Marcus, you want to pick that up?
Yeah, but he said I got echo. Do I got echo right now?
Nope, you good.
Okay, so as you were saying, Yara, it wasn't picking corn, it was eating bread. They asked him, why are you eating bread and you didn't wash your hands? And he asked them, they asked him, why are you breaking the law in not washing your hands before eating bread? That's only found in oral tradition. That's not found in the actual written law. So that's why Jesus said, why are you breaking the law, or why are you putting traditions over the law, which the tradition is washing your hands. That's not in the actual law.
Correct.
So Jesus spoke literally against the oral traditions. He literally told them, you breaking the law because you're accusing me of breaking the law, when that's not in the law. That's in the oral tradition of the elders. So
correct.
You gotta what really he's more asking you is what exact scripture is you referring to? Because of course you mentioned the priest. The priest has a lot of different. They have a stricter regulation than the common Israelite do.
Exactly my point, brother. Exactly my point.
Yeah, we're not all priests.
Assalamu alaikum, brother Law. Can you share my screen, sir? Shukran, Afwan, Jazakallah Khairan, Emetep, of course. Can I share my screen, brother Sir?
Hold on, Asar, before you even speak, Aki, Yala Kamasa, I'm just asking a simple question. What's the definitive factor between a priest and a practicing Hebrew Israelite or a Jew? What's the difference between them both?
See, I really don't know, because they claim Old Testament, but when you say Old Testament, if I pull up what the females used to do,
Commission, assalamu alaikum rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, Commission.
Yeah, they don't want the females to do that. They don't want the females to do
Alaikum
worship.
salam, rahmatullah, barakatuh, brother.
Yeah. So if you don't want the females to pull out the idols, if you don't want the females to lead the prayer in the house, if you don't want the females to do their job like they used to in the old scriptures in your Old Testament, what's the purpose in holding on to the Pentateuch by itself?
What the hell are you talking
Nam,
And this is one who don't know. Can I share
just
my
made
screen
that up.
side? We about to go to school real quick. That's
made
why I
that up,
told
bro.
him. So let me share my screen real quick. There's two things we need to know. First,
Elder
Judah,
Yara, I appreciate
please.
your information and knowledge in regards to what I was speaking about.
Brother,
Yeah, no
brother
doubt.
Judah,
Because nobody else on the panel seemed like they had any information or knowledge about it.
They
But
don't.
these are so-called Hebrews.
My point is we're not all Levites, and Levites were.
So look, Levites
Dang, brother
copied
Locke, forget what
Egyptian
I
priests.
said, right?
Levites copied Egyptian priests. Let's leave it at that. This is Japan, where you
I
live
heard
at,
you, Mark.
Judah.
You were absolutely right.
This is Japan, where you live at, Judah. EU-Japan relations are characterized by a strong partnership that has grown deeper and more dynamic over the years. This partnership is based on long-standing cooperation and common interest. Don't ever point the finger at Zimbabwe, who was attacked and colonized, just like my land of the Congo, and just like other parts of Africa, just like other parts of the world, when they had to work with who they had to. And right now, you see them kicking them out. Most of these dictators are being kicked out. Now we need to look at something else, don't we? Tarzan. Here it go right here. And this is what Yara don't know about. But he should if he claim all this old testimony and all this other stuff right here. And I'm an Israelite and I'm all. So what happened here? Women in household shrines in ancient Israel. Did you forget? Did you forget by Elizabeth Ann Remington Willett? Did you forget what they used to do? We ain't got to get into the book. We just need to look at a few things. Importance of women in household ritual, architecture, and artifacts. The shrine,
Man, that's Proverbs chapter 31,
the religious agents.
That's not news.
The religion in Mesopotamia. Huh? Ashereth, not represented in theophoric names. Ashereth is Yahweh's presence in his sanctuary. Wooden image of the goddess. Did you forget all of this? When you used to do your burnt offerings and they tell you that in your book, look, figurines as magical representatives as Astarte. Votive figurines worshiping women.
Man, get up out of here, bro.
See, you forget all the stuff you used to do, but you keep trying to hold to that old testimony. Idol worship ain't do nothing but bring you American Idol, and quit pretending like someone said this and that and blah 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 the ancestors because you believe because you think Jesus lived, and if you think he lived, then you think he died, which means you think he was alive, which means you think he was an ancestor, and you worship him today.
I don't worship Jesus.
Yes, you do.
I don't worship Jesus.
You say his name before you say Yahweh's. Knock it off.
No, I don't.
Knock
you never heard me say that a day in your life. If you can pull that up,
I'm gonna embarrass you.
$1,000.
Palestine.
Find it. I'll send you $1,000.
Symbol of Asherah. So knock it off, B.
What did you talk? Why are you bringing up? What are you bringing up Asherah for? See, this is why I call you a moron.
Give it to the living king. Because Yahweh, that's pseudo.
Does not the scripture tell us not to worship Asherah?
Indeed.
So why are you bringing that up, bro? See, sorry, that's why you gotta stay away from me, bro. Don't get to your crippled knees over here, bro. You're gonna get beat up. Our book clearly tells us not to worship Asherah, and that when the Asherah, right, the Asherah pole to be exact, was found in the temple, that was evil, and it was removed by Josiah. This was part of what we call Josiah's reform. So when you're talking about these things, man, like, don't lie, man. You ain't got to lie to kick it, Craig. Just say you don't. You just make stuff up. Sorry.
All right, let me go to. Hold on, let me go to Rand. Rand, what's up, man? Savant. Rand Savant, what's up? Come on, talk to me. I can't even hear you, man. You've been waiting all this time and your mic messed up. Talk to me. What's up, brother? Yeah, I hear you. What's up? Nah, I can't hear you, brother. All right, let me go to me myself. Me myself. What up, brother?
Yes, sir. What's cracking, son? Yo, hey, I was worried that I thought Cesaria text you and you like, yeah, don't let that nigga on the panel. That's why you put me in the back first time. But hey,
Oh, you
ain't
be
nothing
going
wrong
at
with
the
that.
captain, man?
Hey, I'm going at everybody that's
You
against
be
the
beating up the
words in the book.
captain? You be beating up the captain?
Anybody that's going against what the words in the book read in context, I go against. So
Are
if
you
you
an
think,
Israelite?
no, I'm a follower of the teachings of Jesus Christ, aka
Oh,
Christian. You know what I mean?
okay.
But yeah, when it comes down to it, for sure, the Bible tells you, Barnabas and Paul, right? In Corinthians, they were told to go preach to the Jews the small hats. If they was like, nah, we ain't with it, you know, Christ knowledge, then they were told to go tell it to the Gentiles for salvation. They were supposed to tell everybody. It's multiple scriptures that talk about how Gentiles have salvation. If not, why are we telling them about all the teachings of Christ, the works, and then we're supposed to do those works, but we don't have salvation if you're outside of the Israelite or you're a Gentile? It makes no sense if you can actually read the scripture, right? Outside of that, also some more smoke. I'm just firing off. Whoever in the way getting shot, you know, proverbially speaking, with these knowledge rounds. But also the Trinity is literally in the Bible. If we understand what the Trinity is three agreeing as one or working as one. Literally, I broke that down for Captain on his line, you know, crossing line radio the other night. I pulled up, you know, the first epistle of John, right? And it talks about there's two trinities. There's one that's a celestial for heaven
You
and
don't
one
even
for
use the
earth.
word Trinity in the Bible, bro.
No, they don't. But the
Right.
Trinity has a definition, though. But Trinity still has a definition. That definition is related in the Bible, though. When three act as one, that's called a Trinity. Even if it doesn't say the word Trinity, that's still Trinity by definition.
Hey,
But
Judah, I got somebody for you, Judah.
hey,
Here
I
you go right
promise you,
here. Here you go right here, Judah.
Yeah, he
I
laughing.
promise
You
you
got
it's
stuff.
finna
You
be
ready to
light
bow
work.
down to your Lord?
Hey, it's finna be light work. The Father of Light is called the Father of Light for what, Judah?
So you believe that God, that Jesus is God and all that?
I know the science of this religion. I can break
Right.
that
I
down
said,
for
do
you.
you believe that Jesus is God?
Jesus said that if you seen him, you seen the
Brother,
Father, and
do
he
you
and the Father are
believe that
one.
Jesus
So
is God, brother?
they're one of a trinite. They're one of a multitude. So they're connected together. Just like it explains in the scripture, you have multiple parts to your body, but you have one body. You have a head,
Oh,
you know,
man.
arm, leg, arm, head, but it's still part
Speaking
of
my
the one
language,
body.
brother. I'm
So
rolling with you
hey,
on that.
hey.
I'm
Nigga,
rolling with you on that.
that ain't
Hey, I'm
three
fire. I'm
separate
more than
parts,
smoke.
nigga. That's the same body.
Hey, yo, Yara, fall back, brother. You ain't ready for this energy.
Man, let me tell you, he already messed up when he came in here talking about the
He's
301.
speaking my language, Yara. He's speaking my language.
I thought
son.
Yara would agree with it, homie, though.
Hey,
You
son,
don't
let me
agree?
tell you something. I don't follow the Trinity. The Trinity is a false doctrine, bro. It's
Why do
not
you say
in the
that?
Bible.
Why do you say?
Because
I just broke down what a Trinity is, right? So what is the Trinity? What's a Trinity?
Hey,
No,
bro.
break down. Tell me the definition of a Trinity, then we can continue. What is the definition of a Trinity to you?
Do you want me to give you the original definition of the Trinity?
You do whatever you want to do, buddy.
The original definition of the Trinity came from ancient Kemet.
All right.
Oh, man.
Explain it. Give us the
Going
definition.
in now.
And from ancient Kemet to the Babylonians, and from the Babylonians to the Persians.
Stop telling us where it came from.
Hold on.
Tell us what it is.
Before you even get to a Bible, before you even get to a Jesus Christ.
Stop.
Right? So the Trinity, the origins of a Trinity exists well before a written text of the Bible comes along.
What's the
right?
definition, man? Come on, bro. Stop playing.
I'm just so you have many people that give
Man,
many
Elder Yara coming around now. He's starting to believe. Yo, hold on, Yara. You starting to believe, brother, that Kemet was indeed here first. I love that, man. Go in, man. You teaching now.
Yeah,
brother.
I don't know if
No wonder you changed your name to
first.
Black Sage.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the first, but I know it is the oldest. Right?
Okay.
And so you have to go back at least to what they call the Memphite
You talking about Asar, Aset, and Heru?
Yeah. And so that exists, that exists in a triad well before you get to Jesus the Christ, right?
Black
so what's the definition of Trinity
and so
to
the
you?
definition of a Trinity, you have three schools, right? You have two schools, right? One says that he's three separate persons, but one God. Then you have some that say he's one God in three essence. So you actually have two different arguments of what a Trinity
I
actually
get that,
is.
but it's still 3 is 1, right?
But yeah, okay, so
okay, man, it
so
took you
listen to
5
what I'm
minutes to
saying.
agree with a
Listen to
nigga.
what I'm
Hey, you
saying,
stop
bro.
playing. Stop it. Stop it.
No,
No more.
listen to what I'm saying. It doesn't matter what definition you give. The definition
You
does
said
not
it's not.
exist in
You
the
said the
Bible.
Trinity and the definition of a Trinity is not in the Bible.
It
It is.
doesn't.
I might have somebody for you, Judah. I might have somebody for you, Judah.
In the
Are you
Bible,
ready?
they only came up, and let me
mystical.
tell you, what that definition that you
Young
rock
mystical.
with only comes after 381 CE.
Whatever,
Almost
yo. What's the definition in English, man?
260 years after Jesus Christ walked the earth. Guess what? He never taught that to his disciples. Why not? The disciples asked Jesus, "Who do men say that I am?" Jesus never once said, "You're
He
wrong."
said, "Say that I am that I am."
Who did he tell people to baptize in? One of the three?
Listen. Jesus never taught his disciples that he was God.
He said, "Say that I am."
No, he said this, sa.neter. His disciples asked him, "How should we pray?"
No. I'm talking about when you say, "Who do they say that I am?" He said,
Right.
"Say that I am."
He said, some say that I'm Elijah. Some say that I'm a prophet from on high.
No, he said, "I am, brother."
No, he didn't.
He said, "Say that I am." Yes, he did, bro. Because I used that scripture before.
sa.neter, he didn't. He was wrong.
Hey, Judah, you familiar with that?
Just stop. Just stop.
Kassad, are you familiar with that, Kassad?
Yeah, you're mixing up two different scriptures. Y'all talking about two different
Okay,
scriptures.
two different. But did Jesus say that? Yes or no?
He's talking about when they asked him how you see Abraham Day.
No, brother. Did Jesus say that? Yes or no?
I'm telling you, that's what the scripture you talking about. Yeah, he talking about when you
Thank
said
you.
Abraham
All right,
Day.
that's all I'm asking you.
Listen to what I'm saying, though. Even with that, he never said that he's I am.
That's not true. I got it right here, sa.neter.
You said
I'll pull it up. I'll read it. In the Gospel of Matthew 16:13-5,
I'll pull it up. I was waiting.
Asked, who do people say the Son of Man is? Then he asked them directly, but who do you say that I am? So Jesus didn't say.
That's what I just said.
That's pseudo.
Y'all was correct on that. Jesus never said I am. But
so
look.
Again, so let me tell you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me tell you that even that argument only comes in after 381 CE. They don't even talk about a Trinity. They don't even think about a Trinity.
Elohim,
You know why?
the Elohim is literally a multitude is one. It's a plural singular. Elohim is a plural singular when you really do your research. So in the beginning, when it says "let us make man," it's literally talking about a Trinity. But hey, if you want to get that deep, it's talking about a multitude that works as one.
It's not talking about a Trinity.
I guarantee you, it's talking.
It's not talking about a Trinity.
So is it a plural singular or not?
Hey, hold on for a minute. Everybody hold on. Everybody hold on. Hey, me myself, right in the back chat, I need you to leave me your information. Leave me your number so that I can hit you up for you and Judah. I got to set something up for you and Judah, man.
Like, that's a stupid Christian.
And y'all got to come up with a topic. Hold on, y'all got to come up with a topic. What would you
I'll let Judah pick. I'll let Judah pick, and then I'll just see if it's nonsense.
All right, Judah, you know what he represent? He represent Christ. That's what he he's he's a Christian.
I represent King David, the Messiah.
The house of David is the spawn. It's the same bloodline, but God is Jesus at the foundation of creation. So you finna get dusted. Christ is at the foundation of creation.
So,
all right, so now y'all got it.
Hey,
what is the topic? What's the topic?
Wait. So he's saying that his God has a grandfather. That's what he's saying. He's saying his God has a grandfather.
A physical bloodline.
That's
right. That's how the scripture.
Wait, listen to what he's saying. He's saying that his God has a grandfather who is our Messiah, King David.
That's what the words read. Yeah.
Okay, right. So listen up.
And they're
listen,
spiritual with the physical.
brother,
It's
hold
two.
on to
It's not
myself.
just one. Yeah.
Brother, wait. So you're saying that my Messiah, King David, is your God's grandfather?
I don't know who Messiah King David is.
I
But
just
we
told
got
you
one.
he's the Israelite Messiah. He's coming back to rule again.
All right.
You want to debate that?
He talking about that dude who liked John.
That'll be a good debate for him.
How about this? We can debate if the Trinity is in Scripture or not. You want to debate that?
I'll just knock you out in the first round because it says, in the beginning, God created all things through knowledge, wisdom, and understanding.
So is your answer yes or no?
Wait, sir, I'm gonna hold on, just real quick, so before y'all think I'm running. hold on, brother, wait. So when I go to like Proverbs 3 and it says God created all things by his knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, which one is Jesus?
Are you gonna fight if the Trinity's in the Bible?
I just want to ask, brother, out of the Trinity, out of the three things that God said he created heavens and earth with, knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, which one is Jesus?
We can discuss that if you want. If you want me to pick one of those, we can discuss that. But that's not going to be the debate. We're going to debate is the Trinity in the Bible, yes or no? Your answer is no, right?
Sir, listen, I'm listening. I'm trying to work with you. It's multiple times it states that God created all things through his knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. Now I'm asking you, which one is Jesus? Because I already know where you're coming from. You're coming from the Logos doctrine.
Yeah, God.
Okay,
it said that God has 7 spirits, so it's more than just 3. If we're talking about those energies, but we're not. That's not the Trinity I'm talking about. Hey, man, just cut to the chase. Do you agree in the Trinity? Yes or no?
No, that's Christianity, and that.
Okay, well, let's debate that then, man. It's in the book, though.
All right, so wait. So you do know that I'm a Torah Israelite, right? And you're not going to find.
I don't care what you are. We're gonna debate with the right
Me
in the
myself.
book.
You ain't put your number back there. I'm looking, brother.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah,
I'm yelling at the screen. I'm yelling at the screen like a young
I
Wayne.
get you ready right now. Let me move on. Let me get Let me see if Rand's Shabbat is ready. Shabbat, what's up, brother?
Yeah, I'm ready. I have my Bluetooth on. That's why you
Okay, yeah, I hear you.
Yeah. So I came in late, right? And I heard a lot of conversation. The topic is, are Black Hebrew Israelite groups good or bad for our people?
Right.
I'm gonna say yes and no. They're good for our people as far as waking us up to our history, right? We know that Israelites existed, whether you want to believe in dogmatic or just tribal. We know Israelites existed. So, to wake up to that knowledge is not a bad thing, right? Either you're an American or you're a tribal, ethnic, quote unquote, Black man or woman. So, whichever one you want to be is up to you. So, if you want to be an American, well, be an American. But if you want to be a tribal, ethnic, Black man or woman, it's kind of good to know what ethnic tribe you come from. So to know that is obviously a good thing. Some people claim Kemet, some people claim Israel, what have you. There's a lot of different tribes our people come from. Whichever one you claim, but at least know where you come from. So to wake up to being an original tribal people is a good thing. Now, how the energy is being disseminated, obviously, now we get into a different conversation. Okay, so obviously it's a problem having a whole bunch of different mindsets and groups, quote unquote, when it comes to this. We have different groups just here on this panel. Judah Naz is I'm not sure exactly what he says. He's not a Hebrew Israelite, so I'm not exactly sure what Judah Naz claims.
He's an Israelite. He's an Israelite. Torah based only.
Okay, well, I mean, every Israelite is Torah based. So, I mean, but
No, that's
if you
not
say
true.
he's not a Hebrew Israelite,
That's
I would
not
kind of
true,
like a deeper definition of that, just for
brother.
my
That's
own
not true,
understanding.
brother. Every Hebrew Israelite is not a Torah base.
I mean, you kind of have to be Torah to be.
No.
I mean, you don't. You can be New Testament, but you're rooted in Torah. You're not an Israelite without the Torah. The Torah is the Torah is the covenant that makes you an Israelite. Period. You're not an Israelite without the covenant of the Torah. So that you can't have the one without the other. So every Israelite is Torah based. It's just, do you expand on that with the New Testament or not? Right. That's the only difference in as far as that goes. Okay. So those differences make us complicated, right? You have New Testament Israelites, you have the Karaite only Israelites, you have Orthodox Israelites, you have quote unquote.
We get your point, brother. We get your point.
Yeah, so I mean, if the topic is are Hebrew Israelites groups good or bad for our people, you know, again, it's a yes or no, because you have different groups that express their energy in different ways. The worst, I hate to say the worst of us, but the most problematic of us would be quote unquote the One West. And that's only because their energy is ultra aggressive. Not to mention their teachings are different. Okay. So because their teachings are different and their energy is ultra aggressive, that puts the quote unquote stain on the quote unquote Hebrew Israelites. I don't even think we would be such a big deal if it wasn't for the energy that they produce out in the world that gives us this quote unquote stigma, right? Other than that, we're just another, if you would say, religious group. We wouldn't really be a problem. But because of the One West Israelite energy, that puts us out there in a bad light, okay? And I'm not trying to bang on them or whatever, but the fact of the matter is their energy gives us a bad light, okay? So
brother,
that's where people usually.
It's all right to bang on them.
What do you mean?
I said
bang on them. Well, they're still my Israelite brothers and sisters,
right? But
right?
see, just like they say, you still an Israelite brother, but they will bang on your ass.
That's true, but is that not the problem that we have? The divisiveness with our community, like we said, we're a nation, but with One West, they say, okay, well, ISUPK, we don't deal with anybody. Like you said, you can't build a nation like that if you're not building a nation. You can't be divisive and build a nation. That's one of the major problems with the Hebrew Israelite community is we are overly divisive. We are not a nation, quote unquote. We are a group of people, like Asar Imhotep said, you know, we gang bang. We gang banging with the Bible, okay? And the only way to not gang bang with the Bible is to actually be a unified group. But because we are unfortunately Black Americans at the end of the day, we are a divided minded people. We are a broken people that have a lot of issues. And so, you know, we are still in 2025 finding self. And because we're still finding self, there's no unity amongst anybody because everybody's claiming something to give themselves identity. Okay. As far as being good for our people, like I said, to find your tribe is always a good thing. The Torah, when examined, you know, in its purity, is a beautiful thing. Are there horrible things in the Torah that is a complete turnoff? Absolutely. So, you know, are people going to be turned off by a lot of aspects of the Torah, mainly, you know, like the judgments, things of that nature? Absolutely. You know, slavery, that's in the Torah. It's a turnoff. There's a number of things in the Torah that are a turnoff to mankind in 2025 or just in this modern era because we ain't living like that right now. And too many things are mirroring our slave masters, right? They're mirroring what our slave masters have done to us throughout our time in America. So it's a turnoff because it just looks like the same thing. It just looks like we're copying them, or rather they're copying us, which makes it look terrible. Okay. So I can understand why that's a turnoff to people because basically it is a turnoff. When you look at it in its practical sense, a lot of things in the Torah are a turnoff, but there are also a lot of things in the Torah that, if followed properly, you have a stable, you know, workable society of people that can function very well and prosper even better. But it has to be practiced in its purity, which we obviously can't do. The bad thing about it would be, you know, capital punishments, things like that. And those would be the major turnoffs. But you can't have a government without governing. You can't. Everybody has to have a governing law. Life has laws to it, and laws can be bad, right?
All right. Thank you, brother. Hey, me myself, you ain't put the number back there for me.
Oh, yo, hey, it's written out saying that I can't even post it. I tried to post my email as well. It was like, no, I can't do it
I
in the
don't know
private
what's
chat.
wrong with it.
I
Peace,
guess
brother. It's on you, man.
I wanted to ask a question, sa.neter.
To who?
I'm looking at the panel now. I guess Elder Yara dropped off, so I guess he would be the only person I can ask.
No, Yara's still here. His name is Black Sage now.
But he ain't up there, is he? You see?
Yeah, he right here.
Oh,
He changed his name to Black Sage. He coming around, man.
hey, so I had a question for Black Sage on the.
No, hold on, brother. Hold on. I want to get this brother right quick because he ain't speak yet. Welcome to the panel, brother. What's up?
Hey, shalom. What's up, man? So just to answer the question, are Black Hebrew Israelite groups good or bad for the community? I would say good, right? Any community that's teaching Black people to follow God and keep His commandments is more beneficial than not, right? When you look at the Torah, when you look at the laws of God, if you take those laws of God and introduce them to Black people in America, I think that would transform the Black community for good, and we will be better off. We will be much better when it comes to like the laws of compassion, the community laws of how to treat each other, to love each other. It'll take away Black on Black crime. It'll take away a bunch of stuff. So if you're teaching Black people to keep the laws of God, I would say it'll be more good than bad.
I don't get what you're saying because the book is violent.
That's crazy.
The book is violent. The book talks about violence. The book talks about fighting and killing each other.
The book doesn't talk about fighting.
Yeah.
And
it doesn't talk about fighting and killing each other. The book is a national book. So the people, as Black people, as a nation, when we got to defend and fight for each other, it gets violent for other people that's enemies to us.
Well, how come we're not fending and fighting for each other when all of them read the same book? They are fighting against each other, but they ain't fending and fighting with each other.
I think the difference is when it comes to doctrinal stuff, there's going to be doctrinal differences. That's great.
Brother, how can slavery be good? Hold on, hold on. How can slavery be good? Like when your God is telling you to obey your master and to obey slavery. How can that be good for your people, brother?
I don't believe in the Christian Testament. I'm Tanakh only. My book doesn't tell me to obey your slavery. My Tanakh teaches us that we are a nation, we're a people, we're to rule, and we're to rule other people. And it's illegal. It's illegal for me to sell or enslave my own brother. But if this nation comes against us and our God give us the victory over that nation, we're going to rule them. So I always tell people this: if you don't like it, you don't like it. But I'd rather their mama cry, my enemy's mother cry, than my mama cry. So you're either going to destroy me and enslave me, or we're going to destroy you and enslave y'all.
So that's why they said the pagans had the biggest time of peace, because all that wasn't going on, and that was said by a Christian.
The pagans had time of peace. All the pagans did was fight and war with each other, kill each other, enslave each other, and get drunk.
Didn't happen like that. In
What
fact,
pagans you talking about?
All that being said and done, I don't want to hear anything about Islam. Nothing.
Who killed your prophet? Who killed Jesus?
Jesus is not my prophet.
Okay,
he got killed by his own kind for sure.
Who killed David?
Nah, Israelite. What are you talking about? Who killed David? David didn't die.
He died of old age, man. What's
David
going
didn't
on
get
here?
killed by nobody.
I told y'all, sorry, be delusional.
Yo,
hey,
who killed John?
Hey, hold on. Let Brother Lot go. Lot, you had a question? And then I'm going to go to you, Rock Hufu.
Okay.
Brother Lot, you had a question.
You skipped me, sir.
No, Lot had a question. I'm going to come to you.
I'm still waiting for the question. I somewhat got of an answer when in regards to when I was speaking to Elder Yara, because I see that I couldn't ask Judah the Nazareth because he had no clue about what I was speaking in regards to. With that being the case, what would be the difference in regards for worship and prayer between a Hebrew Israelite, as you would call a small hat, a Jew? What would be the difference towards prayer? Because the analogy that I'm using in regards to, because you're speaking about Africans with blood and this and that and prayer and things of that nature with cleanliness, Is that or is that not a definitive line of cleanliness done by Hebrew Israelites as well as Jews?
Brother Law, I can answer that for you. First of all, when you deal with the majority of Israelites, you're dealing with Karaites. All right, Karaites
I
only
understand that. I
follow
know
the
that.
Bible. Okay, so because you're dealing with Karaites, you're not going to get the in-depth answers that you need. Now, I know they always say, well, we don't do the small hats. We don't do like the small hats. They always love to say small hats. First of all, Israel is Israel. It doesn't matter what color you are. Torah is Torah. Okay. Now,
Exactly.
Karaites only follow the Bible, but the
The Old
Torah is
Testament.
not only the Bible. It is the Bible, it is the oral tradition, and it is Kabbalah. That is all of Torah. In the 60s, it changed from what Rabbi Matthew had it when it was Torah to what Kohen Levi changed it to, which is just Karaite based Bible belief. So when you always hear this, oh, we don't do what the small hats do. First of all, they keep Torah, we keep Torah. I kind of think we do what the small hats do. We both keep Torah. Okay, we both do the Shabbat. We both do the feast days. We both do all of that. It's just they keep the whole Torah, and your majority of your Israelites only
They
are
marginalize it.
Karaite based, so they
And they
only basically
marginalize
do Tanakh and or New Testament if they follow the New
Exactly.
Testament. But
Thank you, brother.
the laws of the oral tradition are to be followed, right? If you are on that level, if you're a quote unquote Orthodox Israelite, you can, the law of the oral tradition is still Torah. So the questions that you have as far as cleanliness and ritualistic practice goes, that would be in the oral tradition. Yes, those practices are followed. Yes, that exists. So no, what you're dealing with is Karaite based Israelites who don't follow those practices because they don't think they have to.
Okay, now also to compound on what you were speaking in regards to, and I could take upon Asar understanding what I'm saying in regards to that. A lot of the Torah from priests who created all the scrolls were under the influence of cow dung, marijuana. Am I wrong, Asar?
Wrong.
Yeah, what you're talking about is
No.
the sages that they were burning in the temples.
Yes.
One
was
could say
high.
that one could argue that they were under the influence of the burning of the sage, but it wasn't like quote unquote smoking weed. The whole cow dung thing you're talking about, I don't know where you're getting that from. If you're talking about when the Most High told the prophet to cook his food in dung, he told him he wasn't going to do that because he doesn't do anything unclean. So if you're talking about cleanliness, no, I don't know what you're getting that from as far as cow dung or what have you. No, that's not a thing in
But
Israel.
if we're
Okay.
speaking about, go ahead, brother. I apologize for
No, that was an
interrupting you. I'm sorry.
actuality,
No,
though.
no, no. Go ahead, please, go ahead.
If we're speaking about in regards to cleanliness, and this is a main attribute that a lot of times is implemented into conversations when speaking about other nations, Africans, and places and things of that nature. As a Muslim, whether you be in Saudi Arabia, in Kenya, Senegal, New York City, Chicago, it doesn't matter. Cleanliness across the board, whether you be Sunni, Shiite, it's a ritual or preparation of the body in a physical form to make wudu. With that being the case, as you already reiterated as well, in regards to cleanliness, this is something that's done by priests. Judah Nazareth, respectfully, I can't have this conversation with you because you don't have a clue what I'm talking about.
Again,
I know you.
I'll respond.
Wait,
I'll
brother.
let you go. I'll let you go, Judah. One second, please. Again,
No,
I'll
but
respond.
after that, I gotta
Okay.
go. Go ahead.
The majority of Israelites that you are used to dealing with, especially on this panel, are Karaites. They are going to say, we don't do as the small hats do, et cetera, et cetera. But if you follow the oral tradition and what was said earlier about as far as the hand washing goes, first of all, Yeshua HaMashiach Bar Yosef taught the oral tradition so in depth that if you knew the oral tradition, you would know that he was speaking oral tradition. Okay, what he was talking about with the hand washing is that those particular Israelites, the Pharisees, they were overdoing it. They were going the extra mile with it. And so that's why he was condemning them. He wasn't condemning them for keeping the oral tradition. He was condemning them for adding on to the oral tradition, not for keeping it, but for adding to it. They were doing more than what the oral tradition said they should do. As far as cleanliness goes, when the Most High gives you laws of cleanliness, which he clearly does, whether you're a Karaite or an oral traditionist, cleanliness is definitely there. With the depth you're looking for, you're going to only find that in the oral tradition. You have to be able to study that in depth to understand that. You're not going to find that amongst your basic post-60s Hebrew Israelite, because the majority of them are Karaites. They only follow the Bible, and if it's not in the Bible, they're not going to do it.
And they use the and my thing is this: more so, what they do is they use the reference of the blue letter, not being able to read the Hebrew at all.
I'm gonna go ahead and let Judah Nash do his thing.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna go to Rafu. I gotta go. All right, Judah want to really respond to that. But before you respond, Judah, Miss Proper TT, number one, you said weed is an herb. Yes, when it first comes out from the ground or from the trees, it is. But when it get in that goddamn bag and it's ready to go on the block for sale, it is no longer a herb, because it is sprayed with so many substances, and that's why it became like crack cocaine. It became like coke. The weed today that these kids are smoking is addictive as hell. This stuff is addictive. I see kids smoking it from the day all the way to the night. And not only the kids, but the grown-ups too. So it is addictive. It is addictive. And it got so many chemicals in that shit. So it is not an herb once you roll that joint up and put fire to it. It is no longer a herb.
Respectfully, we've been addictive, bro. It's all about your willpower. We'd always been addictive. It's
Right, I don't want to get too much on that, but it's addictive. Not the weed that was, but Judah, go ahead.
Judah or me?
Yeah,
Judah. Let Judah go.
Shalom, brother Gadol, by the way, and a shout out to brother Devion, he's back in the chat. Shout out to Jeremiah. So I don't know why with brother Law. I think he has comprehension skills, right? So they're not developed. He keeps talking about ritualism, right? About cleanliness, whatever, right? First off, you can go check the Dead Sea Scrolls. They always emphasize cleaning this, always taking ritual, what they call, in modern Hebrew, they call it mikvahs. You can go look at the Qumran baths today, right now in 2025. They were under that, the Messiah be whooping up on Jesus on Onias III or Daniel 9.
Yes.
His
I understand exactly what they are. I've read them. I read them thoroughly. I understand exactly what they are.
Right. So you said I don't know what I'm talking about, but you're dealing with like ritualism, right? Which is cool. But I'm asking you, like, just real quick, you keep talking about these other people. You do know that their religion came after Christianity, right? With this guy called Rabbi Akiva. So you're referring to, you might as well just talk about the Mormons. What you see them people came after Christianity. Look it up. The Tanaim and all of them is all like 300 BCE with all the oral this and whatever. They had universities and things to study. We were already kicked out of the land, so that wasn't us, right? So all this, what you're talking about, trying to mix us with them people, they're new. Their religion came after Christianity and right before Islam. That's one. You didn't know. I don't know how you didn't know that, right? You should study. Two. After you guys, hold on, brother. Wait, hold on. Hold on, man. Why do you keep interrupting me?
What is it?
I apologize, sir. I apologize. I'm sorry. I apologize, sir. Go ahead.
You guys make 5 prayers a day. Repeated the same prayers. Not even like right. I'm not saying I'm not Muslim, but I know that y'all repeat the same prayer 5 times a day. Now, after y'all do all of that, and when y'all go to Hajj and make pilgrimage, do y'all not touch and kiss the metal vagina on the Kaaba? I mean, like, what are we talking about here? Like, that's Asherah. So does your God, is that cleanliness? That's idolatry. Y'all literally walk around and kiss a metal of a JJ on the Kaaba. So why are you talking about me? Wait, I know you want to cut me off. I know. Third off, we know that when they make a Hajj and pilgrimage to Saudi Arabia, you can hear Africans and others say that the Saudi Arabians and others treat them like poop over there. They're not all unified. You see the African Muslims over here, the Arab Muslims over there, the such and such Muslims over here. Y'all not unified. So how are you questioning and acting like, bro, stop it. Like, cut it out, bro. Just real quick, too. Can you answer that? Like, why y'all doing all the washing? Why do y'all kiss the metal of a JJ on the Kaaba? Like, where is that at in the Quran? And is that clean?
All right. Let me go on over to Rock Hoofu. You got the floor.
Okay, so I wanted to kind of like
Kassad, you next.
Help the brother Christian brother's concept when and this is going back to I'm arguing with him, but I gotta agree with Black Sage that Kemet did bring the 3-in-1 concept. And one thing about one of the beautiful concepts of it that would help the young Christian brother's argument of 3-in-1 is like comparing it to water, which is one element with 3 different manifestations. You got liquid, solid, and steam, but all are one equal element. So that's all. I didn't have a lot to say.
Yes, sir. And you notice, hey, and to build off you real quick, I just need just 2 seconds. It literally says in the first epistle of John that the one that is the Trinity of earth is the spirit, the water, and the blood. What's squirted out of Jesus? And then you go back into the science of what is blood and what's a red blood cell and how it carries the breath of life, the ruach, the actual breath, the oxygen, right? So it's actual science that's written into the basic instructions before we leave an earth, because we are life beings solidified as flesh. But hey, it gets deeper and deeper and deeper.
No,
y'all got it. Yeah, dude.
You say things like what you said, you got to say pause afterwards, bro.
I want to come with Kassad. Let him go. Let Kassad go. He been waiting. Go ahead, brother.
Khan, can you hear me?
Khan.
Yeah. As far as Brother La, I tried to talk to you. I guess you either didn't recognize it, but yeah, I was trying to answer your question as well when brother Elder Yara was speaking. So as far as the really quickly, you tried to say that the brother just said that the oral tradition is the Torah. So if you even go during the 1st century, bro, what is the 3 different major sects that was in the land at that time?
Who you talking to?
The brother that said the oral tradition
He's
is
talking to
part of
me.
the Torah.
Pharisees, Sadducees, and Essenes, bro.
Okay, did the Sadducees believe in the oral tradition?
No.
Okay, so then guess what? All the Israelites didn't believe that the oral tradition is part of the Torah.
I never said all the Israelites ever did. They don't today.
Tradition was a part of Torah. Did you not?
Okay, so let me ask you a question, please.
No, you're not going to ask me a question.
Since the oral tradition,
it's my turn.
Since the oral tradition is the small hat, right?
You're not.
Since it's the small hat,
Hold on, brother. Hold on, brother. It's Kassad's turn.
You're right. My bad. I apologize.
So he tried to make a conflation that the oral tradition is the Torah. It is not, bro. The Torah is the written tradition that was given down from Moses. That's the Torah. So anything that you try to get from and this is the crazy thing. The oral tradition doesn't even come around until the 2nd temple period. The 1st temple period, there is no oral tradition. You have what Moses gave. That's it. That's all. The Pharisees and all that stuff is 2nd temple groups that had different ways of interpreting the Torah. That's the facts of the matter. So when people try to conflate the oral tradition with the actual Torah, it's not the same. The oral tradition is the commentary surrounding the Torah, right? So that I was trying to answer your question, and then when I talk to you, you act like you didn't acknowledge me, but it is what it is. As far as the other stuff the brother was talking about, the Christian dude, you notice he talked around your question instead of just answering your question. You asked him, was Jesus God? He never actually directly answered your question. That's what Christians do. They're going to talk around the
That's right. Me and myself, you never answered.
Oh, he talking to me? Oh.
You ain't got to interrupt me, though. Because all you have to do, after you said Jesus God, all you have to do was ask him, did Jesus have a God? And that's the killer right there.
Jesus did say he had a God. Yeah.
I know he said he had a God. I'm not asking you. I'm telling Sa. I'm talking to Sa. If he would have said Jesus is God, all you had to do was ask him, does Jesus has a God? Then all you have to do was ask him, was the God of the Old Testament, does he have a God? They're not the same. They're not. Jesus is not God. You died on your own.
No, that's not what that says. That's not what that means, though.
Brother.
Hey, the Trinity versus saying
You're interrupting right now. And then you keep on bringing up the first
That's my
epistle
fault.
of
Yeah, you
John,
got it.
where it talk about the three that bear record in heaven. You know that's in addition to the text. It's called the comma Johannium. Like this stuff surrounding it. People love to talk about the Bible, but it's really ridiculous, bro. It's honestly. As far as what Asarim Ka showed with the whole Asherah thing, Elder Yara got right on him. He got knocked right out the water. Then you try to talk about the Benjamites, like your Egyptian gods ain't gay. Like, let's stop playing, bro. If you're gonna talk about some other culture, talk about the truth behind your culture. Your guys wrestling, trying to put semen inside of each other. What's going on there, bro? Like, we gotta stop that. And then the other brother,
drop
he
a
was
bomb
correct.
drop a bomb for him, sir.
Then you got the other brother just making up
Man,
stuff.
don't drop no bomb, man.
He dropped off.
Y'all better leave Kassad alone, man. He's like the silent weapon up in
Can we
the
respond to
Right.
Kassad since she has so much
Exactly.
to say,
Can we
so many
respond
bullets
to
to
anything
say?
you saying?
Wait, this whole time.
Hold on, hold on.
Let him go. Let him go. Let him go.
It's Kassad, man. He's the silent weapon up in this piece. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Kassad.
I've been
yeah,
listening
silent
to
weapon.
everybody
Can we
talk this whole
respond to the
time. I've been
silent
raising my hand, and I've been getting passed over this whole time.
Go ahead, Kassaj, your flow.
Right. So, and then the last thing I was going to mention before, I passed the floor was the other brother. His name Ison, the one that just be making up whatever he want in the Bible. You can never get a straight answer out of him. Everything that he says is just correct. He's just gonna make stuff up the whole time. Apostle beat him up. Like at that point, like Apostle along with it, and he don't answer questions almost directly, and he beat him up. So it's like, come on, bro. We gotta stop with this. Everybody want to teach and go surrounding the Bible. Nobody actually want to study the Israelite culture. Nobody actually want to study the Israelite history. Nobody actually want to dig into the facts of the matter. People want to put their assertions and anything else onto the Bible, and we gotta stop that, bro. It's complete nonsense at this point.
All right. Shout out to our brother Apostle. I called to check on him today. He's in rehab today. He's out of the hospital, but he is in rehab. So shout out to Apostle. He is getting better.
Prayer
All right.
I said a prayer for him last night.
That's good. See, Judah? There you go. Okay, let me see. Who want to get it in? Who's next?
I gotta say, Israel, to my credit, to this day, has the gay parade, Kassad. So don't talk about Kemet. Go ahead.
Those aren't Israel. Go ahead.
Yeah, why y'all keep
Okay,
bringing up
brother
Why?
Why?
Why
Unless
y'all bring up
anybody
other-
is.
Oh, why do y'all bring up other people that have nothing to do with us? Yeah, they are having parades, but what does our book say?
No,
when
the
we go?
Benjamins had it too. They had parades.
Oh, okay. Listen, we're sinners. Like we who said that we were like totally righteous?
You made it like we didn't sin too. Though.
Brother,
Like, I mean, that was just a conversation with him. Not none of his
You know what's crazy? What's crazy is that Judah said, we're sinners. And then Rakufu said, you made it like we're not. We're sinners too. Like y'all just separated yourself, man. Y'all the same goddamn people living in America. But Judah's, he American. But y'all gotta stop this, man.
See, I'm with you, Saul.
Y'all doing the play game and all this stuff. Y'all the same old Negroes, man. Come on, man.
Living in America.
Look.
But it's
one thing about the
Egypt
Israelites
came
are.
before Israel. That's a fact.
Hold on, Rob. Look. Any honest Israelite, like we see Elder Yara and brother myself, we're not up here saying that we're like the greatest people on earth. God, if you read the Torah, God didn't say, "Hey, I chose y'all because y'all are the greatest." He didn't say that. He was like, "I chose y'all because y'all the least." And guess what the word is for the least? Ma'at. I chose y'all because y'all the most insignificant. Why would I choose y'all because y'all the greatest? It would make no sense. He chose us because we were insignificant people to show forth this power. Hey, I can raise up these insignificant people like you see us in our state today. Today, we're insignificant, right? People talk about they got black fatigue. And God says, I chose these insignificant people, and I'm going to make them great. What's going to make God to choose? Yeah.
Ain't no goddamn body chose you, man. Nobody chose you. Nobody chose me. Nobody chose Muslims. Ain't nobody chose us, brother. That's a story, Judah. And the quicker we learn it, the better, bro. There's nobody better than nobody on the planet, man.
Right,
I guarantee you can find a Mexican that's better than you in boxing. The Mexicans will knock your ass out, man, in the boxing ring. I guarantee you can find a Mexican or a Chinese that could probably swim better than you, brother.
I understand that. But
so
listen,
that's what I'm trying to tell you. Ain't nobody better than nobody, man.
Right,
and ain't
right.
nobody chose nobody. You choose yourself.
No, see, Southern, that's that Aleister Crowley.
I like
That's
that.
self-worship. That's called Luciferianism. It's a form of atheism and idolatry. We can't have that. That's why we got so many narcissistic people walking around doing whatever they want to people, because they're like, well, who's to tell me what's right and wrong? I decide what's right and wrong. If I want to go unalive an old woman and knock her out, who's to tell me what? Because there you can't. That's Luciferianism. That's that wickedness. You
Okay,
can't do this
sa.neter, let me ask you this.
with everybody. Hold on, brother. You can't do nothing
on,
with everybody
machine gun.
going their own way and making decisions on what's right for them. And, you know, like some people think that knocking out old ladies and taking their purse, it happens every day, right? We just saw 58 people shot in Chicago. They're not carrying the Bible. If you sit them down and ask them, they're going to be like, well, who are you to tell me what's right and wrong? We do what we want to do. We're the one with the switches and the Glock 40s and the blah, 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 blah. You know,
What did the Most High choose you for, Judah? What did he choose you for?
not me personally. He chose the nation of Israel to bring forth the Torah, to make the world righteous. But we haven't gotten there yet.
Do you think you'll ever get there?
Of course. That's he said, well, hold on. He said, in the land of your captivity.
Who said that?
The Most High Yahweh.
No, when you read, you got to say he said this.
Yahweh said.
Yahweh ain't say a goddamn thing, Judah.
See, that's your opinion.
No, it's not. It's a fact.
Yes, it is. Because you can't look. I
can't disprove it.
Show
me where Yahweh said that. Show me.
And
See,
why he's showing you? Why he's showing you?
Hold on. He said, show him. I'm going to show him in the scripture where it says, I chose you.
Go ahead.
All right, show me.
Yeah, and while you showing him, sa.neter, I want you to answer this question. And everybody, Buddha, African, all over the world, Mexico, everywhere, where has the word jealous been associated with a high attribute? Only in Israel is their God jealous. When has that word ever been a high attribute? That's a demon word. If I'm jealous of sa.neter, I might put a spike in his shoe when he jumped to hurt himself. Jealousy is always of the wicked. That's the Most High God's high attribute.
Yeah, let me get back to Judah. Judah, show me where.
Right.
Come on.
All right. Deuteronomy 7, verse 7. It says, for you are a holy people to Yahweh your God, which just means separate.
Right. Who's
Yahweh
saying
your
that?
God chose you to be a people for his. Yahweh said it.
How you know? How you know?
7:7. He said,
Yahweh didn't say that, man. Man said that and put it in the Bible. And what you're doing is reading what somebody put in there, bro. You don't know for a fact that. Come on, bro.
Come on. Wait a minute. That's not even logical. That's not logical.
Oh, bro.
Wait. If the Most High, you need to tell. That's not logical. If the Most High said, "Yo, I'm going to put you in slavery in this great world ruling kingdom," and they're not going to have any respect for you, they're going to do this and they're going to do that.
The Most High ain't say a motherfucking thing, brother.
See, that's your opinion. But
no, it's not my opinion. It's a fact.
Are you going to keep cutting me off?
Go ahead.
See, I'm logical, right? I deal with knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, not opinion, right? If the Most High said this thousands of years ago and it happened, then wait a minute. You're trying to tell me a man sat there and was like, oh, let me just make up some stuff and say we're going to go into slavery in the world ruling kingdom and this is going to happen. And then it happens. That's not logical. You can't tell me what's going to happen tomorrow. Nothing. You can't tell. You might die. Not you saying you personally. I'm saying I might be dead tomorrow. You don't know what's going to happen. But the Most High put the spirit on our people, on prophets, and told what's going to happen. And it happened exactly as it happened. He said, y'all going to be doing this when y'all in the land. What's happening? Exactly what it says is going to happen. Right? Look what they found this Tanas papyrus in Egypt. Right? One of our oldest writers, even before the Dead Sea Scrolls. No, wait a minute. I know you're going to say, oh, well, you're a man. Well, wait a minute. Man can't do nothing. What man can't extend 1 second of his life if God want to get him up out of here. But you asked me to prove Deuteronomy 7. He says, Yahweh did not set his affection upon you and choose you because you are more numerous than other peoples, for you were the fewest of all peoples. But because Yahweh loved you and kept the oath he swore to your fathers, he brought you out with a mighty hand and redeemed you from the house of slavery, from the hand of Pharaoh, the king of Egypt. Notice he didn't say anything about y'all superior and y'all are great and this, that, and the other, right? So you can't explain logically how 3,000 years ago, plus a prophet says, or a major prophet say, this is going to happen, these kingdoms are going to show up. These kingdoms are going to show up. Y'all going to be slaves in all of them. This is going to happen. And then it happens. And then you go, well, that's just made up. You saw what happened to King Seth. He didn't even show up because he knew he was going to get destroyed because he's teaching the Bible's myth and fairy tale while he's up in the Freemason Lodge worshiping Jabulon, worshiping the white man, right? So there you go. Right. Thank you, brother. Ma'at means insignificant in our language. He said, yeah, I chose y'all because you're insignificant. Why would I choose you if you're great? You know, why would you even, you know what I'm saying? So that's it. I forgot what, because some that are, oh, real quick, too. Somebody, I forgot, I think it was Asar. Now, Asar might really be an African. He might really be, right? And shout out to him, right? Because he might really be an African. Because he be getting his lie on. He's talking about Asherah, but guess what? He don't want to get into that ring because he already got whooped. So I won't even put that debate up. Israelite science versus Kemetic science, because there is no such thing as Kemetic science. You just worship the Pharaoh and bury yourself with cats. That's it. Oh, and have sex with dead women, right? But here's the Baal cycle. Yahweh's not in here, but Asheroth's in here, Dagon's in here, Baal's in here. This is their writings. And I've been trying to, when JJ666 was teaching that nonsense, I kept saying, hey, Pookie, get in the ring so I can fly your head. Guess what he did? Just like the rest of the Pookies. Like, come on, man. Like, we need to step our game up, bro. That ain't being long-winded.
Facts.
Hey, how about the cosmology in the water above the sky?
What's facts about that? Like,
how do we deal with the scientific issue of Genesis 6:9, a global flood covering all mountains? Scientific issues. There's no geological evidence for a worldwide flood in the recent past. Local floods did occur in Mesopotamia, which may have inspired the story, not the fact, but story. Cosmology, water above the sky. Genesis 1:6-7 describes a firmament, in quotations, separating waters above from waters below. Scientific issue. There is no solid dome over the earth holding back water. This reflects ancient cosmological views, not modern atmospheric science. Human origins, Genesis 2:7, man formed from dust, woman from man's rib. Science issue. Humans evolved over millions of years through natural selection. We share common ancestry with other primates. In short, many prophecies or biblical statements about the natural world are inconsistent with modern science, especially in cosmology, geology, and biology. If you want, and that's just a few. But my thing is, if all of these things, how do you argue back what is unscientific?
Because that's a belief. Because you haven't experienced that, you haven't tested it. All you do is believe what's written.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying they said that he stopped the earth. Okay, this is what we can't prove. This is what we can't prove right here. I'll give you a quick one. All right, here. It says Joshua 10:12-13. Joshua commands the sun to stand still. Scientific issue. The sun does not revolve around the earth, nor can it stop in the sky. The earth rotates on its axis, so halting the sun is physically impossible. But the question to this is this. Remember, Copernicus got killed for saying that we revolved around the sun. Back then, Christians included believed that every planet revolved around the earth.
Can I ask you to do something, brother, while you like Googling and stuff?
I'll
Can you Google that same thing about Joshua chapter 10 and the sun standing still? Can you Google and see what NASA says about it?
Okay, so just put Joshua 10-12-13, what NASA says about it.
Yep.
I'll put that right now. While y'all talk, go ahead.
Yeah, and then I say this all the time.
Now, let me do that. Go ahead, but let me do it at one time.
Let me answer this real quick. He said there's no water in the heavens. Anybody that studies basic science knows that there's water droplets, dust particles. I mean, what are clouds made of? Like, what are we talking about here?
No, we're not talking about Earth's atmosphere. We're talking about the cosmos.
Brother, I know. Listen, brother. Why you cut me off, brother?
Because you lied. You said the heavens. We're not talking about we're not talking about Earth's atmosphere. We're talking about the cosmos. Hey, don't stop
brother.
Because you're not telling the truth,
brother. Listen.
And then you just say I said.
What are clouds made of, sir? What are clouds made of?
We know that's not nothing to do with the cosmos.
What are you doing with the Earth's atmosphere? What are clouds made of, sir?
Clouds are on Earth's atmosphere. They're not in the cosmos. They're not outside of the into the space realm. They're in this realm.
When the Bible says heaven, what's it talking about?
Yeah, Judah. Does what is the Hebrew word for heaven?
Shamiam.
Does not the Bible give us 3 different definitions for that?
Yes.
And one of those
We got a heaven of
is
heaven.
exactly. And so he's reading it and thinking that when it says heaven, that it's talking about something celestial or dealing with cosmology. But one of the definitions is exactly what Judah is saying, right?
There's even 7 layers of it. I'm sorry.
Right. Go ahead, Judah. That's all I was saying.
There's exosphere.
I got it for you right now, Black Sage. Are you ready?
Mesosphere,
Yeah.
ionosphere,
I got it for you right here. Okay.
troposphere. So there's even 7 layers of heaven.
Okay, Judah, I'm not saying it. And remember, that was Google said that.
Come on,
I just
brother.
said Google said-
Why do you keep
No,
cutting me?
because you're in my conversation now.
Brother,
Can you just be
listen,
quiet? I'm talking.
Sa, come on, man. Like, what's going on here? See, these dudes that put their hands behind their back.
Sa,
Brother, what's wrong with you, man?
Hold up. Who's this
I
dude?
know, I get it. You hate God, brother. You love the white man. I get it, brother. See, these dudes that they put their hands behind their back and ran full speed in front of a wall. Boom. And then did it again. You're like, bro, why are you putting your hands behind your back and running into walls? And then their frontal lobe gets damaged. Then they come in and try to like teach. Bro, stop it. Just stick to do-rags and black and miles. Leave the intellectual stuff to the intellectuals. You don't know what you're talking about. You're not even dealing with science. You're just talking. So go ahead, yo.
It
All
sounds
right,
like
let him go. Let him go now. Go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, I mean, I can't believe that dude just said all that lying on me. But anyway, this is for you, Black Sage. This is for you, Black Sage. The claim, this is gonna blow it. It said the claim that NASA discovered a missing day in time claim in parentheses, missing day in time corresponds to the biblical account of Joshua commanding the sun to stand still. It is widely circulated myth, but it's not supported by NASA or any credible scientist. So but when you are proven wrong, you come back over rebuttal trying to make you're insane.
I don't think it's wise to try to mix Bible and religious belief with science. I don't think. I think it's two different. It's two separate different things.
Let him finish.
Yeah, as a Bible believer, as a Tanakh believer, we should never mix Bible and science. It just doesn't go hand in
Why
hand.
not? Why?
Because in the Bible, it's a lot of stuff that's not logical, that's superpower, that science is not going to back. So you either got to stand on, this is my religious belief, this is what I believe, and science is a science to try to understand the world we live in. Does man have it all the way correct? Who knows? But to try to blend both of them, I don't think is wise.
Hey, he's
I
right.
agree. I agree.
Hey, you know what's nice about that? The word belief, how you spell it, BELIE, be lying. You can be lying all you want.
But you know, in Africa, we can do that because the mythos are based off the
brothers, man. Listen, I want to thank everybody, man. I've been on here for 4 hours, man. And change. I ain't even know until I looked down at the video. So I want to say thank everybody for coming through. We can do a part 2 tomorrow. Same time, same channel. We can do a part 2 tomorrow. Let me go around and let everybody get a minute and say what they would like to say. I got the master right here. He's gonna close it out. The master Commissioner Depp in the building, right? So I'm gonna let you go. Me, myself, you got a minute. Go ahead, close us out.
Oh, okay, me, myself. All right, I'm going to go first, I guess. So Commission go last. All right. Shout out to you. Shout out to everybody on the panel. Man, this was awesome chopping up with y'all. Still sharp and still. I'm still learning. I cannot, for anything, read another language like some of y'all old heads can. I'm working on that, but I can for sure comprehend what I read in English, translation, and in context. For sure, I'm good. It's that light work, the father of light. It is about science. And I'm glad the other brother spoke right before us. And all I'm gonna need is like one more minute. This book is the basic instruction before we leave Earth, which means that we are more than just our physical vessel shell. So this is what the story is about. This is what science is starting to actually show evidence for, because when you look up the definition of science, it does not give you proof of anything. But faith is the evidence of things not seen, according to Hebrews 11, chapter 1. But yeah, read for real for yourself. Shout out to all y'all.
All right, thank you, brother. Peace. All right, let me go to Rand. Rand, is on you, brother.
What's good? Shabbat shalom. Me, myself, come out of slavery. Hagadol, you can't separate God from science. Kassad, you ran. Judanas, I'll see you again. All your other brothers, take care. God bless.
Yes, sir. Peace, brother. Peace.
Shalom.
Shalom. All right. Let me go to you, my brother. Gadal. How you pronounce your name?
Gadol.
Gadol. Let me go to Gadol. Hagadol.
Indeed. Thanks for having me up here, man. So I want to say to the brother that kept
Come
saying,
back again, brother. Come back again.
all right, definitely I will. To the brother that kept saying Hebrew Israelites are Karaites, that is not true. If you believe in Jesus in the New Testament, you are not Karaite. Karaites do not believe in Jesus. They do not follow anything other than the Tanakh. So I just wanted to throw that back at you. And again, as people that believe in the Bible, believe in God, we have to be comfortable with saying, this is my religious belief. This is what I believe, and I have faith in this, right? Science and the Bible, it doesn't mix. It just is what it is. The Bible says God created through speech. Like they read in Joshua. Joshua said the sun stopped. Science tell you the earth go around the sun, right? So it just doesn't mix. And the more you try to argue that, the more you're going to get destroyed by people that's just going to run the science and try to disprove stuff. But it was nice having me. Shalom. I definitely will be back. I'm Gadol. If you don't know about me, I whoop on Israelite Christians all day, every day. They run from me. They don't want no smoke from me. They can't prove Jesus is in the Tanakh. Jesus is not the Messiah. So yeah, I'll definitely be back.
Hey, why you ain't put your number in the back so I could reach out to you, man, to set something up for you?
I tell Captain Tazariak, that's my guy. I'll have Captain Tazariak give you my number.
I got you. All right, cool. No problem. All right, let me go on over to Rock Hufu. What up, brother?
Okay, hey, Gadal, you real quick. You said that.
No, this is closing. Ain't no questions, brother.
You know what I want to do, Si? I want to let him know about the hat. Remember that symbol?
Yeah, but no questions though. Just close out.
Okay. I just say Nuk Pu Neteru Heteru Imhotep Sekmet Ptah Kepura Amun Re Sujin Necher Ankh Uja Seneb Imhotep.
Oh, you're gonna repeat it in English now?
No, I ain't gonna do that. I'm gonna leave it alone. I just said
Nah, people don't know what it is. You gotta say it in English.
Nuk I am Pu the Neteru.
Right. What are you saying? I'm saying.
Just said the prayer. I am the gods and our names that I name, and peace to the family. That's all.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, brother.
Yes,
thank you. All right, let's move on over to who we got? Asam Ka. Come out of hiding, brother. I know they beating up on you, brother, but come on out of hiding, brother.
Man, they talking wild and hopping off the line. Man, hold on. Let me sit up for this, right? Let me get. All right, here we go. Yeah. It sounds like Judah want to get another spanking. We can set that up, Si. I know he want, but he has to understand what it means to talk spiritual science from science. So if he would like to debate spiritual sciences, Judah, you can get your rematch. You can get the whooping. Yara, it sounded like you had a little too much in your mouth today too. You can get the second whooping as well. It sounds like Kassad want to beat up on some of our new panelists. I'd love to see those debates as well. Hebrew Israelites, since that's who we talking about. Don't be so problematic against your people. How you going to help them if you always disrespecting them? If you don't love on them, they'll never learn from you and they'll never come to you. You went to Africa and you got stoned, just like your book said. If you want to build, you need to be the cornerstone, like you claim Jesus was. Imitate.
Shout the season, man.
All right, let's get on over to Judah Naz, man. Listen, let me tell you, Judah. Don't get mad when I bring these questions to you, brother. It's just to toughen you up and to get you ready. See, Elder Yara knows how this go. Zoriak knows how this go. Don't get mad. Just be strong enough to defend it, brother. Don't be upset. You know, the Most High uses me to see what you know. That's all it is, brother. And if you cry like you used to do, Like I remember a couple of years ago, you would have ran off the panel and cried and went and made video. That's what you used to do, Judah. So toughen up, have tough skin. Because when you out there in the street, brother, they're going to come at you harder than that. So I'm just trying to get you battle ready. You know, that's all it is, brother. Get you battle ready. So go ahead and close us out, brother.
All right, thank you, Saul. I don't know why you're saying that. I come over here and I beat everybody up. You know, you said it yourself. These dudes are scared of you. So Judah Naz is the toughest of the tough. That's why I come over here and beat these dudes down and show that Yahweh is a God and his Torah is the ultimate source of knowledge, wisdom, understanding. Just to be real quick, I have to disagree with Brother Gadal. The Torah is a book of science. Science only means knowledge, right? Which only means data. And we deal with spirit science, psychology, right? And y'all know, once we start talking about psychology, everyone who claims they believe in science, they fall back and bow down like they always do. I got so much forehead sweat on my Jordans. It's crazy. People bow down. So, I mean, come on, like, what are we talking about here? The Torah is science. It's science. It's knowledge, wisdom, and understand.
But hold on, Judah. Did I just hear you say the Torah is science?
Yeah. What you haven't seen me?
Give me some science in the Torah. Show me something scientific.
Wait, sa.neter, we just had a show over here, me and Devion, and everybody got mad at us.
Do it right now. Give me something scientific in the Torah, brother.
Okay, the human spirit, the mind. Where does it come? Where's the source?
Brother, talk about it. So give it to me. Well, go ahead.
The Most High. The Most High is the creative mind, and He made man in His image. He made man a lower, like earth angel, and so man has a spirit. And if you start trying to go into science, right? Scientists will tell you they don't know where what they call human consciousness comes from. They know that it does not come from the brain, right? So they know that it comes from an outside source. But most scientists are atheistic because they only deal with the knowledge that's available to them, right? They do theorize, but if they only found 5 things, they're only going to deal with those. No, there's no stop nothing. You don't deal with science. You don't study science, y'all, in the chat. Stop using, first off, don't even use the word science when you don't know nothing about it, because they're going to beat you up with noetics and psychology, because everything starts here first, right? Not outward. Oh man, let me study this rock or this sand. No, bro. The Most High put the spirit in man, the rawak, and you have cognitive abilities. You have certain you can do certain things. The mind is a beautiful thing. And when me and Devion and Nepal came over here and whooped up on everyone who claimed they teach science, all the atheists, all the pookies, they all fell back. They went and bought a 10-pack of Black and Miles and do-rags and bowed their head down to my rare Jordans like they always do, because the Torah is a book of psychology. Psychology is science. It's the highest science. What's higher than the mind? That's why, just real quick, I ain't trying to be long-winded or whatever, right? He said, show. Y'all see what I deal with. I come to HOK. I beat up on, oh, man, the Bible says blah, 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 blah. Yeah, but we deal with what? Science. Why? Because we're called the gods. And what is a Negro to a god? There's no comparison. A Negro is nothing but a cockroach. Yahweh made us the gods. Psalm 82:6. He didn't mean like we can over here and just do magic. No, he meant I gave you a book that's going to make you smarter than everybody else. And that's why he called us the gods. That's where you get like God, body, and all that. Even though it's from Japan, it's the same thing. You see that the temple is in the form of what? A man. But it's not talking about your flesh. It's talking about your temple. And that's what we're saying. Science, mathematics, and geometry, knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, height, length, and width.
Don't hurt them, Judah. They not ready, bro. They fragile, bro. But stop hating on my do-rag, bro.
If the Torah is science, how come in the Torah it says the science of this world is trash? Paraphrasing. It speaks against science, the Bible. Are you familiar with that?
That's Paul saying that. He said so-called science of this day, what the things like, so in their day, they were dealing with like the Stoics and the Epicureans and things. They were trying to theorize and philosophize on how like the created universe. Listen, not the spirit or the mind, the created material universe. So, and I'm a New Testament brother, but I know what Paul was talking about. He's saying, yeah, what these guys are talking about, with how they would theorize about how the material universe came into being, whatever. That's what Paul was talking about. Even though I'm not a New Testament brother, I'm quite sure they would agree with me. But I mean, like, yeah, we need scientists and doctors, but I'm saying the brothers that try to like dismiss real science, which is psychology, and like talk about like focusing on dung beetles and old pots and pans. Like, what? That does not elevate the mind. The mind can elevate degrees, right?
Shots fired.
Our people are saying, well, we don't care about elevating our minds. We trying to be knuckle draggers and talk about pots and pans and dung beetles. Like, bro, like what? Like, come on, bro. Like, what are we talking about here?
All right, Elder Black Sage, let's go.
Yeah, peace to you, fam. Again, yeah, I agree with you, the Nas, man. Clearly, the Bible is full of science. I would say clearly in the Torah, we can go through a number of examples. One specific one, if you actually look in the Torah, it gives you a whole layout of what the CDC had us practicing almost verse for verse, line by line when it came to the COVID-19. They told you to wear a mask, cover your face. They told you to stay 6 feet apart. They told you to wash your hands. That came from Moses dealing with the children of Israel in regards to leprosy. Guess what? That's the same guidelines you can read from the CDC, line for line, verse for verse. That's science in the Bible. We can go through there all day and talk about science in the Bible. The Ark of the Covenant itself, that how it was created and how it was wood. Scientists will tell you today it's an actual electric conductor. And if you actually read everywhere they set the Ark of the Covenant, you will see that people actually died from mishandling. And what were they dying from? What were they getting? Tumors if they stood too close to it. Why? What is that? Because it emitted a radiation. That radiation caused tumors today. So you can look through the Bible all day long and you're going to see science in the Bible. The Bible doesn't speak against science. It speaks against what they were referring to as science, which is magic. They call magic science in the Bible, right? The scripture tells you Jesus used spittle to put on a man's eyes, right? Scientists today will tell you that they use spit as a healing property. That's science. So when they call things miracles, those things were actually real scientific uses that we find in the scripture today. So people make these arguments all the time. They really don't understand the scripture for what it is. Judah Nass has been teaching that all the time, right? Talking about the science in the Bible. It's just there. You can't get around that. And as far as I wanted to say something to what's his name, Rakufu, real quick. I do know for a fact, and I know I've read where it talks about how Ra was jealous of his grandchildren. Geb, what is it? Geb, is it Geb and Newt? Is that his grandchildren? He was jealous of his grandchildren because they were sleeping with each other, brothers and sisters. He was jealous of that. So when you talk about these things, y'all gotta understand.
Hold on, y'all. Right, you gotta say that again.
Ra, he had 2 grandchildren.
Yeah, and he had that's Geb, and he just said the other one too, Newt.
Right? But
what you didn't say was all those was like Raphael, Gabriel. Those are like angels. That's not Nebuchadnezzar. Nebuchadnezzar is the Lord of all, the one that nobody wants to speak on because they want to make it seem like Egypt believed in all these different gods. They always believed in the omnipresent. That's a fact.
Again, like I said, Ra, we know.
Thank you for clarifying. Go ahead.
Ra was an actual top deity, so he's actually spoken of as a jealous god or a jealous nature. He was jealous of his grandchildren, Geb and Newt, male and female, for sleeping with each other. I know that. I've read that. It's in one of my presentations. I bring that out. It's easy to do. So, we can go and have these different conversations. A lot of said, what I do know, people have a lot of misconceptions about what actually the scripture teaches. Marcus showed, Shazad brought a lot of that out. Judah always shows that. Davion brought that out. So you have a lot of Israel. Gadal even brought some things out. Shalom to their brother. So we see these things all the time. But again, as far as going back to your topic, sa.neter, and I'll land because I know I can be long with it. But when it comes to the Black community, what we've seen on this panel, I thought was the most important thing is about how Black men are raising their families and how they're dealing with their children in the household. That's the thing we have to address, because once you start talking about the Black community, we got to see what these fathers are doing in their homes, the ones that are actually there. Because from what I heard, that ain't how you rear children. And that's part of the problem that we have. We got children out here thinking they can do whatever the hell they want and don't have to answer to nobody. You see, when I was growing up, everybody on the block was my mom and my daddy. We wouldn't just do anything in front of anybody's house, in front of anybody's parents, because my mama gonna come down here and beat you up if your mama say something to me for busting out somebody else's window. Now we all got to whoop that, and that's the part that we missing. So when you're talking about is Israelites in the Black community, one thing you will get from an Israelite is you should have a structured home if they're really following and keeping the law, statutes, and commandments of the Most High.
All right. Now I'm about to put the target on my brother's back, and they're gonna be coming for you. But I said it before, Commissioner Depp is the new and improved HOK champion. He have the belt. Whoever wants the smoke, just set it up. He don't run from nobody. He run to the fight. He don't run from the fight. So Elder Yara, Judah Naz, y'all had a taste of him already. He already put the space on y'all before. So if y'all want the smoke, he is the new HOK champion in the building. And so I'm going to have my brother, the young master, close us out.
There we go. Sir, can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah. And I'm gonna close out with a grand draw, and I'm gonna just read this to you. So it's short. It ain't long, but it's very important. I want to stick to the subject matter you put out there tonight. And this is coming from the Exhuming of a Nation, the Book of Fire. It's the reason why we call it the Book of Fire. This is our elder speaking, my Grand National Chairman, Dr. Akin Acton Pert M. Heru Tuta Coming Bay. Y'all got to get this work. 700 pages, family. He said religion. The word religion derives from the Latin words religio, or credere, or credo, or creed, and the basic means of any system of beliefs or a faith. Africans developed the first religious creed and used it as the cornerstone for building character during their civilizing of the world. Being the first humans created these sun-kissed people, still knowing their oneness with their creator, marked the one pathway uniting divinity to matter. The African people consciously fashioned religion as scientific law because law is the only thing that governs all events. Western religions are the Greek-Roman version to African sacred schools of thought. To a large degree, what we see today as religions pale in contrast to God realizations of the ancient ones. The essence of the word religion as used today is but a shadow interpretation of the original Egyptian holistic system. It is in the nature of the true religious creed to teach the practitioner to learn, know, and worship the God within. If a religion introduce a media between man and himself as God, prophet, man, or earthly manifest, it is not true religion. When the God to worship resides in the place other than the heart, the worshiper denotes to sacrilege. Today, religions separate, isolate, and cause more harm than help. So-called modern religions have created more wars and sanctioned more battlefield executions than slave lynching in America. In ancient Kemet, from where all today's religions derive, taught man's uniting with his God through concentrated thought and remembrance, was the utmost foundation to events of life. The unseen Great Spirit was seen in all things, especially man himself. This action was recognizing the force of light, sound as the omnipotent giver of life and acceptance of that life in human mud body of flesh. Hence the definition of the old-time African religion is law, universal law, in harmony with the self. Simple. Drew Ali called this law Islamism. He taught the Moors Islamism is the name for their religion. Their ancient forefathers call it the Egyptian mystery system. The basis of Catholicism and her multi-denomination children is founded upon the Egyptian mystery system, but the premise of serving visible trinity of gods which exists outside and not within man. And that's what the problem is. We got to stop worshiping these gods outside of the self. This is polytheism. In your book, be it the Quran, the Bible, all of it tell you that the God is within you. And it's your higher self and your lower self, that would determine, your outcome. You can't blame that on nobody. You can't blame that on the Yahweh you believe in, the Allah you believe in, because your 5 limbs, arm, leg, arm, head, I keep telling you, they're going to bear witness against you. They're going to expose you if you saying you this and you ain't really living like that. If you say you follow the path of a man called Jesus, then why hasn't it made your life better? If you're saying you follow the path of one named Muhammad, Drew Ali, or anybody, why hasn't it made your life better? Because a lot of our people, they like to demonstrate what I like to call unrighteous pretending. So until we apply what it is we say we know, everybody lying and the truth ain't in them. So with that being said, sir, I can't give it no rawer than that. But that's my close.
Thank you, brother.
Yes,
that's why I say you the champion. And without no joking, man, I gotta give Judah his props. Judah been kicking butt over here for a long time. He been beating down the Pookies and the Ray Rays. Judah been beating down the Pookies and the Ray Rays over here too. So I gotta give my brother his props, man. Shout out to Judah, man. Yes, sir. And with that, peace and black power to everybody. We out of here. Peace. You going live tonight, Judah? No? All right.
Peace
out. We out of here.
Just there.